Everybody ready? Yep. All right, we're going to open the regular city council meeting for the city of San Clemente. Before we go to closed session, do we have anything?
We have
Any
speaker
comments?
cards.
Okay.
Closed session item B, Brad Malamud.
Thank you, Mayor. This item says it's pursuant to Public Code 54957B1, which says, subject to paragraph 2, this chapter shall not be construed to prevent the legislative body, the local agency, from holding closed session to consider employment, evaluation, discipline, and of public employees. This is an employee statute. This isn't a law firm statute. This city negotiated trees in open session. If you want to discuss, now you've met in private session to discuss some subgroup of the 9 bids. This needs to be done in open session, what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. This is wrong. This is not legal. And even if you can meet in closed session, and I don't believe you can, you should meet in open session to discuss this. This is only a question of what law firm you're going to hire, and you should lay that on the table why you're selecting the firm over the other firms, why you selected the retainers, as you probably know, go from, I think it's $12,000 to $43,323 or $232. That's a huge amount. If you save that difference, that'd be enough to pay down $250,000 or more per year of the unfunded liabilities just on the retainer amount. So I just want to ask you not to take this up in closed session because it's illegal, and even if it's not illegal, to take it up in open session. Thank you.
Next speaker for closed session item B is AQ.
Hello, council members. At the last city council, I have a presentation, just a quick one, under concerns. Basically, the last city council meeting, I brought up some concerns regarding the city manager, changing aspects, or actually not catching mistakes in the general plan amendment for the West Pico Corridor specific plan, saying that the 241 toll road or the foothill transportation corridor extends to Camp Road. That's really significant because it stops at OSO. It took the environmental groups 15 years to stop that, to end it at OSO Parkway. So not catching that as a lead attorney against the TCA, against our lawsuit against the city of San Clemente, I think that's really problematic and it should have been caught. Next slide, please. In addition, I was listening at the May 2nd, 2022 San Clemente City Council meeting, and it mentioned the city attorney did a presentation regarding the unrestricted use of $28 million by TCA for other projects and other agencies regarding and this is in regards to the settlement agreement with the coalition, the San Onofre Coalition. But my concern is that this is a big issue because now it's unrestricted. So that means that the TCA can sell and their mitigation credits to other agencies or use it for other projects. And that's something that we should have been informed. I think the public has a right to know. Second, next slide, please. And I should have put this ahead of the other slide. But in reference to that same city council meeting, this was in May, and the city attorney mentioned that the alignment that the TC had proposed is now removed from all of city and county general plan documents. So if it was removed from all city and county general plan documents, why is it now part of the West Corridor specific plan that was heard in October? So this goes back to a mistake, and he should have known. He was aware of it in May, but in October, he sure wasn't. So this is a concern that we need to, have another law firm for our city. I think we deserve better, and, for someone that has fought, who dedicated 6 years of my life, putting my health at risk, I fought hard. against the TCA, and I think we deserve better. I think we need another city attorney, another law firm. Thank you.
One more speaker for closed session item B, and that's concerned resident.
If you could put up slide number 2 for me, please. I don't know if you can even read that, but that's the letter that the City of Newport Beach attorney sent to Scott Smith at BB&K to be the lead attorney in the Thomas versus City of Newport Beach nuisance noise from putting pickleball courts in a residential area. Slide 3. All redacted, as you can see, but it does say it's the settlement agreement with Thomas versus the City of Newport Beach with Scott Smith. Every document lists Scott Smith as a lead attorney. Slide 1, please.
The city attorney of Newport Beach is an in-house employee of the city council. My firm doesn't represent them. When they faced the litigation relating to pickleball, there was a solicitation for litigation firms that might defend the city. My partners were successful in that solicitation and worked as special counsel to the city. I had nothing to do with the case. I still don't know what it was about, but I didn't want that to sound on the record without a response.
So that is I just played his actual verbiage, so you know I'm not making this stuff up. He sat here and denied that he had anything to do with that pickleball lawsuit. And this is just prior to the city looking into putting pickleball in residential neighborhoods. So he accused me of misrepresenting facts. He accused me of being an adversary to the city because I insist that the city provide all residents with an equal quality of life. Mr. Smith failed to advise staff that they were not complying with state and city laws when staff failed not once but twice to obtain the required CEQA before placing pickleball courts in residential neighborhoods or anywhere in the city for that matter, as you know now because you're under a CEQA for pickleball at Steed. Mr. Smith's negligence has now exposed the city of San Clemente to potential lawsuit, one which will again make a very large amount of money for himself and BBK should you choose to keep his services, which I sincerely hope you will not do. You have all received the botched job Mr. Smith did on something as simple as preparing a tolling agreement. He can't even do that correctly. And then what Amanda said is even worse on these important documents with the CALLE cap. So I
Thank you very
request that
much.
you
Appreciate
not
it. That's it.
consider
Your time is up.
Mayor, we have one speaker for closed session item C.
All right.
Brad Malamud.
Council. This item, I'm not going to read you the code section, but it tracks pretty closely. It's an employee section. In fact, if you look at it, it says unrepresented employee, city attorney is not an employee. Does anybody read the agenda reports? Does anybody read the government code? I don't believe you can proceed on this basis to negotiate with anybody or to discuss anything with anybody. I further say that in the past, this has been done illegally, but here, I don't know Chris's ability to negotiate and to discuss. I assume he's pretty good. He's a lawyer. But two people should go in there, one from the conservative side of the staff. Two people should be meeting with whomever that you're meeting with, one from both sides, if you will. Some people think lawyers are worth more than I think they're worth, and I've had 30 years reviewing legal bills. The other thing is I think the city manager should be there if that's legal. I'm not sure if it's legal or not. That goes beyond my pay grade, but Scott would know, theoretically. And finally, I think that a most favored nations, I've talked about this before, most favored nation provision should be required of all city contracts. Every single contract you sign from this point forward, you should agendize as soon as I walk away, that most favored nations will be included in every city contract. Lawyers, garbage, I don't care what it is. If they won't sign it, you know you're being fleeced, okay? Because they're willing to work for similar groups. This city, for example, if the city up the street, Dana Point, is getting legal services for $240 an hour from, I'm just going to take BB&K, and they're charging this city $270, why? The city pays their bills on time. They don't dispute bills. They've never taken a penny off of a bill. That's a good client. That's a client all of you would like to work for. So that group should give you the best rate, not the worst rate. So I just think that's critical. And if somebody doesn't agendize that, you've got to ask the question, why not? Is somebody being paid off? There's no reason not to have a most favored nations provision in every contract the city signed. And yet when I raise this 3 or 4 times over the last 20 years, not one council member has agendized it or voted for it. So I hope you guys take your fiduciary responsibilities importantly, save money, pay down the unfunded liabilities with the savings, and you'll be in a really good spot. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just curious, both of these items reference city employees, and clearly the city attorney is not a city employee. Maybe we could either have the city manager or the city attorney simply state the rationale there, if there's some umbrella that.
Before we get to that, are there any other comment cards, Laura?
We have one final card.
Let's have the last commenter, yeah.
AQ?
I'm so glad I was able to listen to Mr. Malamed because I had no idea that the agency designated representative was only consisted of one city council member, Mayor Duncan. So I would love to have a clarification of that, but I know there's no communication back and forth. But that's something that really is a concern regarding transparency's sake. You really want someone else there as a go-between to listen, to actually advocate for the city, and only having one person really isn't fair, isn't right at all. So I think that, this is not right. And as a 50-year resident of San Clemente, we deserve better, and just one representative isn't good. But thank you so much.
Mayor Duncan.
Well, we have a comment here from Mayor Pro Tem requesting that the city manager respond. Was it city manager?
Either it's the city
Okay.
attorney or the city.
Is it
probably
related
the
to
city-
that
probably
point?
the city
or-
attorney.
It's going to be related to that point. I just want to, I think it's incumbent upon you to clear up this one person thing.
Is it appropriate to talk about about our designated officials from the city council who are discussing?
Yeah,
Sure.
please.
He didn't turn in a card, he's not allowed to speak. We're restricted, he has no permission to speak.
We're asking him a question.
Yeah, thanks. Scott Smith, I have a proposal before the council. I wanted to be really clear that I'm not advising you as a city attorney tonight, but I do have some experience in this area. I've encouraged Sean Joyce, your interim city manager, and the city clerk to seek separate counsel on this issue. But with that caveat aside, Section 54957B4 of the Brown Act, which relates to evaluations and appointments, says, quote, "For the purposes of this subdivision, the term employee shall include an officer or an independent contractor who functions as an officer of the agency."
Thank you.
They didn't use that code. They could have designated, they did.
Oh, excuse me, yeah. Who you designate as your negotiating party. This agenda item contains minimum constraints on the council here or in closed session can authorize an additional member to work with the mayor as an ad hoc on that.
Okay. And we have, and it's the Mayor Pro Tem. Any other questions? Okay.
That cleared
Did that
up.
clear up for you as well, as far as the provision?
So it was a little fuzzy. Are you saying, Scott, that you're speaking not as the city attorney, but as an applicant? Or?
Well, as the city attorney, as a contractor.
Okay, so you're saying that the government code section is flexible enough, even though the city attorney is not an employee?
It
That-
allows
that-
you to treat a contractor, an independent contractor, as an employee for purposes of this discussion.
Then why wouldn't this be designated? Did you come up with the language for this issue?
No, I tried really hard to stay out of it, and I'm still
Okay,
trying.
I guess my question would be, why wasn't the proper government code simply inserted if it's known?
And that's why you can't can't hear it tonight because you didn't properly say it.
Okay, do we have a motion?
So, Mr. Mayor, my question has been cleared up with the fact that you've identified yourself and the Mayor Pro Tem as the two people that are representing City Council in these negotiations.
Thank you for that clarification. With that, do we have a motion?
Motion to move to closed session.
Second?
All right, all in favor? Aye. It's unanimous.
We tested it all the way in the back of the room, so.
Who do I see out there that could
But I will be here for backup.
could do the pledge?
So we'll get it to you.
You see anybody who'd be good to do the pledge?
Let me see. Daryl McFan.
He's looking. Okay, we'll do that.
Oh, have one of these little girls do it. Let me go pick one.
Maybe.
Yeah. Sorry, Daryl.
What are we doing here? Opening prayer?
No. Pledge allegiance. I'm gonna get one of these little girls to do it.
Oh,
Have
good.
you do it, please.
No, I think one of these would be wonderful.
So, I have a question.
That's Daryl.
Which one of you lovely ladies would like to do the pledge of allegiance for us? Right there? There's the count. Okay, we'll let you know when you come. You're gonna come right up here. Okay? We'll let you know when it is, okay?
Okay.
Not quite yet.
What's her name? What's her name?
What's your name? Shiley. Charlie. And what's your last name? Lee. Charlie Lee.
Okay. You ready up there? Okay, we're going to open the business meeting for the regular meeting for the City Council for the City of San Clemente of March 7th, 2023. Got a nice packed house in here. We'll try to move efficiently through this. First, we start out with the invocation with Dr. Habib Hosseini. Do we have Mr. Oh, here we go. Please step to the podium, sir. For those who want to participate, please rise.
In the name of thy Lord, the Creator, the Sovereign, the All-Sufficing, the Most Exalted, he whose help is implored by all men. Say, O my God, O thou who art the maker of the heavens and of the earth, O Lord of the kingdom, thou well knowest the secrets of my heart. While thy being is inscrutable to all save thyself, thou seest whatsoever is of me, while no one else can do this save thee. Vouchsafe unto me, through thy grace, what will enable me to dispense with all except thee, and destine for me that which will make me independent of everyone else besides thee. Grant that I may reap the benefit of my life in this world and in the next. Open to my face the portals of thy grace, and graciously confer upon me thy tender mercy and bestowals. O thou who art the Lord of grace abounding, let thy celestial aid surround those who love thee, and bestow upon us the gifts and the bounties thou dost possess. Be thou sufficient unto us of all things. Forgive our sins and have mercy upon us. Thou art our Lord and the Lord of all created things. No one else do we invoke but thee, and naught do we beseech but thy favors. Thou art the Lord of bounty and grace, invincible in thy power, and the most skillful in thy designs. No God is there but thee, the all-possessing, the most exalted. Confirm thy blessings, O my Lord, upon the messengers, the holy ones, and the righteous. Verily thou art God, the peerless, the all-compelling, the Bob.
Thank you, sir. And that is Dr. Hosseini, the Public Information Officer for the Hayes of San Clemente. And please stay standing. We are going to have a member of our championship soccer team, Charlie Lee, come up to the podium and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So please put your right hand over your heart. And Charlie, when you're ready, you can start us off.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic in which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Charlie. Okay, roll call is next. All council members are present. We will move on to special presentations. And first, we have,
My apologies, I will, accepting a speaker card. Presentation of commendation to the Cabrillo Playhouse for their, in recognition of their 70th anniversary.
okay,
We'll get it.
do we have Lee Tillis here?
Sandra
Okay,
Weaver is
fantastic.
here.
Did the lights get fixed? Did the lights in the parking lot get fixed at the theater?
Yes.
Did you? All right, well, it's an honor I have here as Mayor of San Clemente to give this commendation to the Cabrillo Playhouse, an absolute treasure and part of San Clemente's culture for so long. And I'm a big fan of the theater. My mom had brought me to the theater growing up, so it holds a special place in my heart as well. So I'll read off our commendation here, and then we'll let you say a few words. Okay. Whereas the Cabrillo Playhouse has been bringing comedies, dramas, and musicals to San Clemente since 1953. Whereas the San Clemente Community Theater was chartered as a nonprofit in 1953. And whereas on September 14th, 1953, the group's first play, Two Blind Mice, directed by Tom Gilmore, was presented at the then called Casino. And whereas the Cabrillo Playhouse's grand premiere was on Saturday, June 11th, 1966, and was televised by Ray Duncan, who knew? My relative, with an NBC crew shooting several scenes from Bell, Book, and Candle. And whereas in September 1978, the Cabrillo Playhouse celebrated its silver jubilee with the burning of the mortgage paper on the Playhouse grounds. Now, therefore, I, Chris Duncan, Mayor of the City of San Clemente, California, acting on behalf of the City Council and the citizens of San Clemente, do hereby commend the Cabrillo Playhouse on the occasion of its 70th birthday, girls, the 70th birthday, and extend our thanks for being such an integral part of San Clemente. Thank you, Lee.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you, City Council, for this. It means a lot to us. It really does. We wouldn't be here for 70 years if it weren't for a lot of the people back in 1953 and 65 helping us move along. And also due to so many contributions and generous contributions that we receive from people in the community and businesses, because basically that's what keeps us going. We are funded by ticket sales and donations, and occasionally a grant. And so we plan on being here another 70 years, and we certainly hope that the City Council, this council, and those that come after you will be supportive of our efforts here in the city. But I do want to invite everyone to come to our big celebration. We wouldn't have a 70th anniversary without a big celebration, and that's going to be at the Community Center on April 1st. It's going to be a huge thing with food vendors from the community, wine and beer vendors. Our actors are coming back to sing songs and provide entertainment for the evening. So there's some information on the back table, and there's information on our website. So anyone who would like to come is more than welcome. And thank you so much for your commendation. We really appreciate that.
You can bring that.
Distinguished group. San Clemente.
Next on the agenda is recognition of San Clemente Girls All-Star Soccer Team. And this is presentation of commendations to San Clemente All-Star U10 soccer players Gianna Alva, Marlo Conlin, Sadie Henry, Soleil Jerome, Evelyn Koch, Charlotte Lee, Emily Mulcahy, Kaylani Rodriguez, Sienna Rowland, and Sedona Oliveros for their bid to the Western States Championship on March 12, 2023.
We have, are those, all for them? Okay. Well, we're getting your plaques. I just want to commend you young ladies for all of your success in soccer this year. It's really an achievement. It makes all of us proud in San Clemente. All that effort, all that extra effort you did, right? Practicing more after practice at home and those kind of things. Listening to your coach. I played soccer. I wasn't as good as you girls. And my son plays soccer, so it holds a special place in my heart too, everything that you've achieved. And I know there were times that this season where you had some adversity, right? And things didn't go exactly how you wanted. And you pushed through and you kept playing and you got better. That's what life's about, right? It's about what do you do next when everything doesn't go exactly your way. So really, really want to congratulate all you girls and can't wait to give you these commendations that you can take home. Excellent job, right? And then what's next? What's next season, right? Next season we'll be right back here celebrating again. So thank you so much. Really appreciate everything you've done. So, you guys want to come up? Yeah.
I just want to add one little thing. 3 weeks ago, we had 3 members from San Clemente on the UCLA National Championship team. So we're expecting a lot out of you.
See you here in 8 years or whatever it is.
8 years.
You guys want to say the names, and we'll have the other council members say the names, and you can come up and get your plaques.
I'll help us. Charlotte Lee. Evelyn Koch.
Gianna Alva. She is, unfortunately, she's arthritic. Marlo Conlon. Sadie Henry.
Emily McKay. Next week's St. Patrick's Day, right? Kaylana Rodriguez. You're welcome. Sienna Rowland.
And last, Sedona Oliveros.
All right, let's get a picture.
Parents first.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, coaches get up.
That's
Coaches, yeah. Big smile for the second.
Champions on 3 years. Champions on 3. 1, 2, 3. Champions!
Gotta get one to give to the mayor. That's right.
Good. Everyone.
All right, all stars on 3. 1, 2, 3. All stars!
So, And Coach Brian Lee does have a PowerPoint that he would like to share.
Good evening, City of San Clemente, Mayor Duncan, Mayor Pro Tem Noblock, City Council members Victor, Mark, and Jean, City Clerk Laura, City Manager Andy Hall, parents, friends, families. The reason why we're here to San Clemente, for the first time, our Western States bound with the AYSO Region 111 Girls U10 All-Stars. So our journey is pretty simple. We had a task at hand to find the best of the best for this age group to build an all-star team to represent not only San Clemente, but South Orange County, Southern California, and the Western States. In doing so, we found those 10 girls to represent our city to go fight for the battle to become number one, and they succeeded. You call them a team, but we call them the San Clemente 10U Girls All-Stars. Their journey goes as followed. With these 10 girls, they went out and battled against other South Orange County teams, along with these 3 coaches. 100% volunteer parents dedicated to help out these players to win to that number 1 championship. Their first journey was here in Lake Forest, right up north, about 15 minutes away, where we battled against 16 other teams in South Orange County in a 4-game pool play. The top 4 teams with the best records advanced to semifinals and had an opportunity to continue on. Within the first 4 games, or the first 2 games, San Clemente won 3-0 against our rivals Mission Viejo, and during a very rainy storm on Saturday, tied Lake Forest. Here's a small clip of what the girls had to endure during a rainstorm. It's not fun, and for no matter how strong your kick is, the ball will only go 2 feet. And the remainder of that 4-game pool play, San Clemente was victorious. You go next. They won 3-2 and then 3-1, sending our girls to the semifinals. In the semifinals, we played against Laguna Niguel. At the end of the regulation, the game was tied 1-1. In semifinals, there are no ties. You have to win or you have to lose. It was decided by a coin toss to see who would kick first. Laguna Niguel won the coin toss and chose to kick second. We kicked first and we missed. Laguna Niguel kicked second and they missed. And this is where we set ourselves apart from everybody else. That first shot started the momentum for San Clemente. The second kick went as followed. San Clemente up 2-0. But we weren't done yet. Now all we had to do was keep them from scoring. With a block of the goal, that sent San Clemente to the finals. 2-1 against Laguna Niguel. The finals were easy. We played against the same team that we had the rainstorm against. We knew they were good, but what they didn't realize is that we were better. 3-0. San Clemente gets sent to what's now called sectionals, where we now go up against other teams from now Southern California, from Long Beach all the way down to San Diego. That's part of our journey number 2. And that's part of the reason why we're here today. During this journey stop, we played a 3-game bracket where we played against very, very competitive groups. Next. In this pool play, we thought we were done for. And no time in San Clemente history or even sectional history does a team get sent to the finals with a record of 1 win and 2 ties. But we did. We went against a team from Long Beach, and we tried our hardest. We worked our hardest. Within the first 3 seconds of the beginning of that match, we scored our first goal. Here's a quick snapshot of one of the goals scored during our pool play. So with that said, we also tied 1-1 against the finals for sectionals. This story ends in a sad note. We lost in PKs. As hard as these girls worked, they tried their hardest, but we still lost. But that's not the end of our story quite yet. Because of how hard they worked, the sectional management and officials watched these girls play and made a very, very, very tough decision for us, and they sent us as a wild card to Western States. Their journey number 3 now will consist of them playing 2 games. Those games will be as simple as they win the first one, they'll play in the championship. If they lose, we go home. But that's okay, because we didn't think we'd get this far to begin with. But now that we're here, we're going to fight our best. We're going to do our best, we're going to represent for San Clemente, and we're going to bring home a championship. Thank you very much. Now, as very cool as it is to have the mayor and the city council honor these girls and not to overshadow what they've done, there's a very important message from a very special person. You might know her as a 2-time Olympian gold medalist, a Olympic silver medalist, a 2-time FIFA world champion, and a 4-time NCAA national champion. Mia Hamm has sent the message for the San Clemente Girls All-Stars. And afterwards, when we leave here, we'll have this message for you with sound so you guys can all hear it. But Mia Hamm herself wanted to make sure that you ladies knew of how important you are for girls soccer, and she wishes you the best in your upcoming challenge. Good job. Thank you guys, appreciate it.
Well, I'm glad we went first, so we didn't get over. It'd be a tough act to follow that Mia Hamm was giving you a shout out. Really, again, great job, coaches. Great job, girls, and keep going. Right, keep making us proud. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to make a motion on item 9A to move that right after the closed session report from the city attorney.
Okay, so before the consent calendar.
Before the consent calendar.
For those following, item 9A is the implementation of emergency actions to assist unsheltered individuals during times of inclement weather. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
And the reason for the motion was?
Do we have a number of speakers here in regards to that?
Okay.
Okay, we have a second. Is there any discussion? No? Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Councilmember Enmeyer.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. It's unanimous. Okay, so 9A will be heard right after item 5 and right before item 6.
Mayor Duncan, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the second. I caught Councilmember James. Who was the second?
Yes.
You were. Thank you. Oral communications?
Yes.
We have 9 speaker cards, so we've got 30 minutes. It's 6:27 now. So I'll start the timer on that. And the first speaker is Debbie Flowers.
A reminder, you have your allotted time of 3 minutes, and we're here to listen. So we're just gonna listen to what you have to say, and we're not gonna respond at this time. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, we'll delay the start until we have the room cleared. Also, just making a note, please, for the For the ability of other people in the audience to listen, please try to hold your voices low and not have discussion while people are making comments so that everybody in the audience can hear the comments that are being made during oral communications. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Debbie Flowers. Mayor Duncan, no sooner than being appointed mayor were you off to represent our city at the Mayor's Conference in Washington, D.C. At a cost of $4,600 to the taxpayers, this, in the grand scheme of things, is not a significantly large amount. I've been a resident of this city for about 18 years. In this time, I do not recall a mayor ever going to the Mayor's Conference in D.C. Why now? Was this ever brought to council for discussion? Who actually approved the expense? There are obviously more questions than answers. There have been several council meetings since that conference in January, and I have yet to hear you provide an update as to how your visit benefited the taxpayers of San Clemente. I am sure that you are all familiar with the game of connect the dots. This is what I can surmise from your visit to Washington, D.C. Soon after moving to San Clemente, you made an assembly run in 2020, losing in the primaries. Since that didn't work out, you decided to run for city council. After becoming a council member, you made another unsuccessful run for assembly in 2022. A few weeks ago, you announced that you will once again make a third run for assembly in 2024. San Clemente is merely a stepping stone for you to seek higher office. Your trip to D.C., in my opinion, was to gain support from outside sources to only further your assembly run. With that said, you should reimburse the taxpayers of this city. As council members, you were all elected to represent the taxpayers and residents of the city. The interests of the city and its residents should be in the forefront of what you do as a council and as an individual council member. Please do your due diligence and remember this is why you were elected to be leaders of San Clemente. We have more issues that need to be remedied. We have many issues that need to be remedied, from unnecessary contracts, homelessness, our eroding beaches, our unstable rail line, fentanyl, and more importantly, the mental health of our children. With that said, I look forward to seeing this council work collaboratively together to address these issues. Mayor Duncan, I hope you can provide an update on your DC trip very soon, maybe even in tonight's council comments. Thank you.
Next speaker is Rick Loeffler, followed by Bill Ruth.
Oh, just a second. Yeah. Okay.
Loeffler's old, you gotta give him a break.
Since Brad's here, I'm not going to use any cards, Brad. You watch this. It's all fun. Okay, I know there's a lot of speakers here to speak about the homeless shelter issue, and I know there's a ton of good speakers, so I'm not going to speak on that. But an issue that I'm interested in, I'm going to turn the clock back 5 years ago when we started having the homeless issue in North Beach, and several of us, one person who wasn't a council member then, but is a council member now, went down with us, and there's a couple of members in the audience. And went to the Board of Supervisors meeting, Orange County Board of Supervisors, and we started speaking about, we really need help from the county. You know, where's the county on this? We don't have the resources monetarily or manpower to do anything. Can you come and help us? And of course they ignored us. We kept on coming back, and it got to the point where after my fourth visit there, I'd step up the microphone and Andrew Doe would start texting on his phone, and Michelle Steele was off doing something. And Lisa Bartlett actually stepped up and walked off. She just wouldn't even listen to it anymore. And I will say Lisa Bartlett, as far as the homeless issue goes, was pretty much useless as a supervisor. But at least she did one thing, though. When she was cornered, she just said, I'm not going to do anything about it. She was very, very clear. I'm not going to deal with this issue. It's on the cities. So during this last election for county supervisor, Katrina Foley campaigned heavily that the county was going to be involved. They were going to do something to help us. Resources like maybe a regional shelter, whatever. I don't know. It's what I'd like to do is we have a couple of council members I know have a direct line to Katrina Foley. She won't answer my calls or emails. Pat Bates would. She didn't get elected. She also committed to helping with the homeless issue, but she didn't get elected. Katrina Foley did. So what I'd like to see is maybe a couple of our council members that have that direct line with her. Actually, actually, all the council members, maybe she'll answer your emails too. I'd like to get an update on where we are on this. She's been in office for a while now, so I think it behooves her or send somebody from her office here to tell us where we're at. What's the strategy? Have we identified some property for a shelter? Have we started to allocate funds? I don't know, but I think she owes it to us to either stand up and say, here's what we're doing, or like Lisa Bartlett, F you, we're not doing anything, it's on you. Stand up, put on your big girl panties, and stand up and say, we're either gonna do something or we're not. Is it Katrina Foley supervisor, or is it Katrina Phony supervisor? And I'll be the first one to stand up and applaud if she comes here and says, we're gonna help you, we're gonna do something. But if not, same old, same old. Thank you.
She doesn't answer my calls.
Have we announced the next two speakers too? Just
Good evening. I'm Bill Ruth. I'm a resident of Bellagio 2. I'm not sure if I'm talking the right slot, but.
Yeah, if you're talking about the item.
Stop sign?
Related to, yes, then please wait until that item comes up.
I'd be happy to.
Appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Joe Wilson, followed by Warren Vadreen.
Or you can bring up slide 1 if you want. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for letting me have a chance to show you some pictures of the beach erosion over the last week or so. I don't know how many of you get a chance to go down to State Park, Calafia, and have walked that. This picture shows just how devastating this damage is, long-term, short-term. This is last Thursday, Friday, whatever the date was. There's a 6-foot berm and then hard pack rock, and that's it. Behind it is about 5 feet of beach, so much diminished that they can't even get a lifeguard truck down that now. You can see in the distance Cotton Point where they're currently doing a lot of the refurbishing there. And what's the biggest fear of the Save Our Beaches group that I just recently joined is that action of hard armoring the beach, of course, I think you all know, gets rid of the sand eventually. We lose our beaches. Protects the homes, railways, and so forth behind it. But what happens as the beaches go? There's a slippery slope of Cotton's Point coming all the way down here, and you can see just above the berm on the left side of the picture, those are the rocks that buttress the railway, and the railway is 5 feet on the other side of it. So that's how close we are as of this week. A lot more to talk about that, but that's the state of our beaches. If you go to the next picture, Laura, this is a pulled back shot from the bottom of the stairs at Calafia, looking south, and you can see that little teeny strip of sand along the top, and then the berm that's 6 foot plus. We all know that in the wintertime, a lot of sand gets scoured away, comes back in the summer. What I've noticed over the last couple of decades, I surf this area all the time, is every year we get less and less and less sand on that beach. If you go to the last one, please. I think you're all familiar with the Poche flag, the 9/11 flag. About 12 years ago, a group of us got a tractor down there, long story, brought it up about 50 feet, 75 feet, put it up on some land for the trailer park there, and no one at that time could ever have envisioned that any possibility of water coming up that high. It was so stranded up high by the railroad tracks. I took this shot, what's the day, the 8th, yesterday? You can see that the structure is cracked there on the right. It's been undermined by water. It's falling off. The beach is gone. And of course, we all know what's going on in front of all the homes south and north of here. Please do what you can, folks, to support the Save Our Beaches group and continue. I know several of you are very passionate about this issue. We really appreciate your support. Thank you. I also, thank you, printed out some copies of the pictures for you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Warren Vadreen, followed by Ken Porshkaz, I believe. Warren Vadreen.
Okay, this is a kind of a perspective piece. I'm going to talk about the first greatest generation. the people who put our country together while they were finishing a war. Okay, our American experiment at that time got intense interest by European Enlightenment, Age of Reason intellectuals. A number of them toured our new country, and they were amazed by what they saw. They wrote about it. These included de Tocqueville, Brissot, Beaumont, and a whole bunch of others. They saw a novel situation, everyone pulling together and taking care of each other. E pluribus unum, it surprised them. Towns and townships supported housing for the disabled and found them jobs. Doctors were sought out and subsidized. These towns built and operated old folks' homes for the elderly and the crippled. That's still a meme we recognize, at least from old movies. Usually shows a building with a big porch and a lot of people on rocking chairs. On a national level, people like Jefferson began national health care. Today, the remnants of that effort include NIH, CDC, and the Surgeon General's office. Ever wonder why he has a different uniform? That's why. Certainly, healthcare had to change. Our population became more mobile and went from town to county to state. I received free health care growing up, free checkups, immunizations from our Louisiana state system. Then, what happened to us? When did we decide that our elderly, our dispossessed, our sick, our old, our crippled were someone else's problem? Local government is still the best answer for most of this. And county, state, and national government still need positive local action to properly guide their own efforts. Having a house is not the criterion for being a resident. We need to take care of our own people. Stop harassing our own homeless. More than a decade of inaction has done nothing to help. Storm shelters, a local South County shelter, and most of all, liaison, cooperation, and support for agencies which can take sensible action. That's what our city must do.
Thank you, sir.
Ken, followed by Stuart Anderson, followed by Donna Vadreen.
That's a tough last name, Ken Pochecki. Good to meet you all. Thank you for letting me take some time with you tonight. I appreciate it. I'm going to talk a little bit about the beach erosion. I don't know if you have that presentation. Okay, thank you. All right. I'll start out by, I think I'm safe in saying that we all want our beaches to be a family-friendly, surfer-welcoming, fun place, built for fun in the sun and surfing. Today, North Beach is more like an abandoned beach in disorder, with fun playground items and volleyball nets slowly being removed along with its sand. If you flick to the first one there, this is just down from the beach restroom area. The picture on the left is when there was sand all the way to the top of the staircase. Picture on the right is as it is today. And that's been blocked off with a yellow wire to keep people from walking down there, but they walk down there all the time because it's a nice route to the beach. Next one, please. This is the restroom area, which, you know, if you go to North Beach, you're all familiar with. 2016, beautiful sand up there. I actually had my mom out there, and we were hanging out, and now we have the deterioration under the restroom going under about 4 feet. So we've lost all that sand, and it continues to erode. Next one, please. This is an area, it's pretty cool. I mean, I didn't realize this. I was looking back at pictures. We used to have 6 volleyball courts on North Beach, 2 swing sets, and a slide. And if you look at the next picture, unfortunately, what we have is 1 swing set left. We tore out the old slide about 6 months ago. It rusted out. and North Beach has pretty much become not such a friendly place, I would say. So along with family-friendly fun things and sand leaving our beaches, our North Beach has deteriorating stairs leading to unsafe landings caused by that lack of sand. And I think I had a picture of that. Maybe it didn't make it in here, if the next one. That's okay. But right now, the back of the landing when you go to the restroom area, the stairs go to nowhere, right? There's a 3-foot drop. So if someone goes there at night, they will be seriously injured, and it needs to be blocked off. So the current situation at North Beach brings to mind the broken window theory. The broken window theory states that visible signs of disorder and misbehavior in an environment encourage further disorder and misbehavior, leading to serious safety concerns. For various reasons, I feel like North Beach is a broken window in our community that we need to get fixed fast, and the sand replenishment is a big part of that. So in conclusion, we're a beach city.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Sorry,
And I
time's
hope
up.
that, you
Yeah.
can, thank you.
Stuart Anderson, followed by Donna Vidrine, followed by Susie Whitelaw.
Do you have a slide?
Just a reminder, when it starts beeping, I'm going to cut you off. That's the rules. All right, we got to do it for everybody, so nothing personal.
There's a slide that's coming up, I hope.
It takes just a moment.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. I'd like to call your attention to an upcoming community resource fair. Hopefully, we'll see a slide of this coming up. This is a free community event hosted by the city, March 9, that's this coming Thursday, from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the community center, which is just immediately southwest of the library. Still waiting for the slide.
We seem to be having a technical problem. I'm actually letting IT know right now. It's showing up on the monitor, but
We're
not
going
on
to pause,
the
we'll pause the
screen.
time we'll pause the time so you have the slides.
Can I say something while we're waiting relative to?
No, let's just wait until they comment.
Did you want to have the next speaker while you get the glitches out?
We could, you think it's, okay.
There it is. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we'll restart the time.
There will be over 30 resource providers on hand to explain resources available to us, San Clemente residents. We can learn about opportunities for treatment of mental health, substance abuse, resources for seniors, opportunities for our youth. We can learn about crisis management, solutions for food insecurity and affordable housing, support for veterans, and other resources. This will be a very informative evening, and I encourage anyone who has the time to come join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart.
Donna Vidrine, followed by Susie Whitelaw, followed by Brad Malamud. Is Donna here? Oh, there's Donna.
How much time do we have left, Laura? 12 minutes, okay. Ms. Vidrine?
Donna Vidrine?
Having IT issues.
Do you want to have the next speaker come up?
That'd be great.
Okay, Susie Whitelaw?
Good evening. I'm Dr. Susie Whitelaw, the co-founder of Save Our Beaches San Clemente. First off, I'd like to congratulate the City Council on initiating a subcommittee to deal with the urgent issue of coastal erosion. I have complete confidence in Council Members Enmeyer and Cabral to tackle this difficult issue. This is a photo of South Beach taken this morning, just around high tide, at the Cypress Shores pedestrian underpass looking north. Both subcommittee members visited this area in the last month, and they stood on a sandy beach, indicated where the blue arrow is, that was about 3 feet higher than the cobble beach that lies there now. Next slide, please. Back in 2018, you would exit this underpass and have to walk up 8 to 10 feet of sand to reach a beach that was 100 feet wide. By last October, there was a 2-foot drop-off right in front of the tunnel. Then in December and January, massive amounts of sand were eroded from the state beach and moved southwards down to this beach and deposited here. But in the last few storms, half of that sand has eroded away. Next slide, please. More importantly, moving north to the state beach. Most of the berm, which is the dry sand, has been eroded, and the vegetated dunes that are lying beside the railroad are under attack. Next slide, please. Again at State Beach, the person next to the blue arrow is standing on just a tiny remnant of the berm, with the current swash zone lying about 6 feet below the level of the old beach. Next slide, please. At the southernmost boundary of the state park, the tracks are literally just 3 to 5 feet away and in imminent danger of being undermined. Next slide, please. So the status of armoring down south is that South Beach is fully armored, all the way up to the State Beach. The white line shows the boundary between the two. Most of State Beach is highly vulnerable with no berm left between the ocean and the railroad. OCTA may have no choice but to begin dumping more rock there unless we can come up with a viable alternative, which we fortunately have. This same erosion is happening, as we just heard, in North Beach and continues to worsen. And if we don't act now, it could happen at City Beach. Save Our Beaches is doing what we can to help, but you can't rely on volunteers to accomplish these tasks. The city needs to apply for permits, prepare grant applications, and forge new partnerships. There's a ton of work to do, so we're calling on the city to hire a dedicated staff person to tackle these issues and actually save our beaches. Thank you.
The Mayor's Prayer Breakfast will be a week from today, Tuesday, March 14th, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. at the Community Center next to the library on Avenida Del Mar. An excellent program is planned supporting local business and talents. Mayor Duncan will be honoring city leaders and city staff. All are welcome and invited. Reservations are recommended but not required. We are planning for 200 and have capacity for 250 persons. This is a 40-year tradition in San Clemente. It takes a San Clemente village to accomplish a successful Mayor's Prayer Breakfast, at least this year. The San Clemente Mayor's Prayer Breakfast was started by a prior mayor in a 1983 term, Scott Deal, who continues service as treasurer in our local Kiwanis Club, where we meet at Fratello's on Wednesdays. Kiwanis is a global organization of volunteers dedicated to changing the world, one child and one community at a time. Talk to me if you need additional information. We are not selling T-shirts, but you are invited to make a donation to Kiwanis Club of San Clemente. All proceeds go to support youth programs in San Clemente. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brad Malamud, followed by AQ.
I'm going to comment on the city attorney, and if you look at the Warren Register tonight, you'll see there's a charge for Apria and Michele for $15,077.44. But the contract's for $15,000 total. So the city overpaid by the $77 and it's been doing this for months. If you look at the back of the item 6F, you'll see that this says services $15,000 and it says total services are $15,000, not plus costs. I don't know what costs it have because they don't do any work. But more importantly, apparently, the person who reviewed this agenda item was a person named CJ, which is Carl Jones. So he didn't catch the mistakes that were made throughout that agenda item, nor did Scott Smith. I don't blame the city manager because he's new, but anybody that's been here, like Scott, knows that everything in that report is just messed up, and that item needs to be delayed and redone, and I just recommend you cancel their services. Other thing is, Chris just told everybody that you got to follow the rules. Well, one of the rules under state law and city law is city council members can ask questions, Mayor. You don't have the authority to stop them. There is no rule that says that council members can't ask questions. State law allows it. What you can't do is move on items. So that your recommendation should be voted on if you want to impose it. But otherwise, you don't have the right. You're a ceremonial mayor. You're not an acting mayor. You have the right to parliamentary procedures, but you don't have the right to set your own rules. And I'm not trying to take you to task for it. I don't think you know that you don't have that right. And I don't think you know the rules. But if you do, then you know there is no such rule. Finally, I'd like to address what happened earlier tonight at around 5:15. When discussing an item of improper notice to the city, this council allowed Scott Smith to come to this podium, say he wasn't acting as city attorney, but gave his opinion on what the law is, after comments were closed. And he got away with this by telling the mayor that he was there to answer questions. I didn't hear anybody ask me questions to respond to what he said, which was, in my view, incorrect discussion of the law. And even if it was proper, which I don't believe it was, he said that it was okay to proceed under that grounds. But no, that grounds were not noticed. Again, Scott Smith missed the item improperly being noticed and said, oh, well, you could just do it under another code section. I don't believe that's right. Notice has to be properly made to the public 72 hours ahead. So he used a B4 instead of B1, which was what was cited. That's not legal. And Scott saying it as a non-attorney, that's just, after comments are closed, is just wrong for so many levels. You need to hire a new set of attorneys, and you need to do that as soon as possible. You need to do that legally in public, not in private as you did tonight, without proper notice.
Final speaker is AQ.
I'm glad that another resident brought up the U.S. Conference of Mayors, the 91st winter meeting, and brought up Mayor Duncan's D.C. trip. She spoke eloquently. When this item came before the City Council, under the warrant register as an agenda item, I brought the same concerns about the trip, and none of the City Council members decided to discuss this matter. And this is a concern. We need to listen to you need to listen to the residents. I mentioned that Mayor Duncan took it upon himself to enroll in the city of San Clemente in the Mayor's Alliance without bringing this as an agenda item, nor was the group properly vetted. So there's another concern there. This matter did not come before the city. And when in August 18th, 2020, when there is the annual conference for the League of California Cities, even under COVID, in regards to a virtual meeting, all the city council members still elected a representative and some alternates. So how can that be that Mayor Duncan takes it upon himself to go to this U.S. Conference of Mayors, the 91st winter meeting, without bringing this up to the agenda as an agenda item? Thank you so much.
No further comments? Okay.
No further comments. Motion waiving reading in full of all resolution and ordinances.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is James, second is Noblock. All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous.
Consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action.
None here.
Hearing none, we'll move on.
Closed session report, City Attorney.
Yes, Mayor and Council, I don't think there's any reportable action. I recuse myself from participation on items B and C, and the first case under A. I wanted the minutes to note that.
And we have nothing to report on that, right?
Yeah, and do we, are there any, from the items that you participated in?
There was no reportable action on the
thank you.
remainder. Thank you.
And there's no reportable action on the other items either. Okay, before we go to consent, we moved item 9A up.
implementation of emergency actions to assist unsheltered individuals during times of inclement weather.
Mayor and Council, at your meeting on February 28th, staff was asked to come back and talk to you a little bit about what we might be able to do to provide assistance to unsheltered persons in the community during some of the inclement weather that we've experienced this winter. So we wanted to report back to the City Council on that issue. First thing we wanted to do was make sure that we define what inclement weather is, or at least what we are proposing, and the City Council, of course, could modify this, but what we're proposing as inclement weather is that if it's raining and below 50 degrees Fahrenheit, that would constitute inclement weather, or on those evenings where it drops below 40 degrees, we would consider that inclement weather in our community. So one of the things we want to talk about, of course, is the continuation of existing services. And we already do provide transportation to some of the cold weather shelters in our area, and so we want to continue to do that. And then the other thing is we want to work with the county and other local nonprofits to see if there's an opportunity when there's a situation where there might be some very serious health issues that we might be able to obtain hotel and motel vouchers. So we want to be sure that we take that opportunity when that's necessary. But what we're really talking about is in these critical immediate needs is some of the basic essential functions for keeping people healthy. So we're talking mostly about things like rain ponchos and maybe some hats, gloves, maybe some nutritional bars, hand warmers, some of those basic things to get through the periods of inclement weather. So those things would be relatively inexpensive, but we just want to make sure that people, again, it's in our own humanity to try to take care of people, especially in those times of inclement weather. But we want to make sure that everyone understands that safety is embedded in our mission. The first clause of our mission statement as a city is maintaining a safe, healthy atmosphere in which to live, work, and play. And it's the responsibility of the city manager to implement these policies and rules that are adopted by the city council. So one of the things we want to do in going along with providing these services to people in inclement weather is to also talk about safety. And you heard a lot of discussion tonight about the condition of our beaches and now how dangerous that has become. So if safety is our first concern, we do need to talk about the fact that our beaches are closed from 12 a.m. to 4 a.m. And the reason is we don't have lifeguards on duty. We don't have those opportunities. There's no lifeguards on duty. There are significant hazards. I think we saw a lot of pictures of those tonight. Depending on the tides, you might be able to set up or be there at a low tide, and just a few hours later, you could be underwater. And I think we've seen that because of the erosion of our beaches. The other thing is that there's no alcohol, smoking, or other illegal activity allowed on our beaches. That can impair your judgment. It's a very dangerous atmosphere out there, as you know. And so we want to make sure that we're adhering to the city regulations when it comes to alcohol, smoking, and other illegal activities. One of the things that we need to make sure is that tents, so that people can see in and make sure that everybody's safe inside, tents should only have two sides, and two sides need to be left open. That's so that people can see that, and they're only allowed for day use. We want to make that very clear. There's no camping on our beach. Camping is not allowed on our beaches. So what staff is seeking tonight, and again, not only the provision to keep people safe during this inclement weather, but also keeping people safe on our beaches, is direction to implement a pilot safety project supported by some outside security to make sure that people are not camping on our beaches. That's a very dangerous situation, as you saw in some of those slides tonight. So that concludes staff presentation. I know it's rather quick, but this is kind of an immediate concern the council asked us to bring back very quickly because we're still in that winter season, and we want to make sure that we're taking care of people during the rest of this winter season. So Mayor and council, defer to any questions.
Well, thank you, City Manager. Before we have questions and before we have comments, do we have some comments on this?
We
I
do
would
have
imagine so,
speaker
yeah.
cards.
Just to frame the argument, because there may have been some confusion out there. I asked to agendize this item, and we got support to do it. The item to be agendized was taking care of people who are suffering and potentially dying in our public spaces because of this extreme weather that we've had. That's not acceptable in San Clemente. We don't stand for that, no matter who that person is. We don't let people die or get hurt on our streets. And it is right in our mission statement. That's what this agenda item was about. And that includes any and all options that staff could come up with in the very short period of time. But there was a lot of misconceptions about what we're doing here. This was an urgent item to make sure we are doing whatever we can, whatever feasible for the city to do, to take care of people who may be in distress on our streets. Last year, we had a lifelong San Clementian who died outside the senior center. So we want to make sure that never happens again. That's not okay in San Clemente. Now, look, cities are not well prepared to create shelters to take care of people. We don't have funding, staff, resources to do that kind of thing. That's a county job, as we heard today from one of our speakers. The county has a public health department. The county gets money from the state for all of this. The county has staff that is able to do this. We don't have that as a capacity for the city, but we do have the capacity to do whatever we can to make sure people don't get injured or worse on our streets, whether they be unsheltered or not. And that's what this item is about. Thank you, City Manager. I'm glad we could hear those options on short notice.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah,
We're
well,
all going to get the opportunity.
we are going to get the chance. I just wanted to frame the argument.
Well, the thing is, you framed the argument, but it's not what was the motion. The motion talked about an emergency shelter. And that was in the motion. That's in the minutes. So I think we need to clarify once and for all, we're not going to have a shelter. Not an emergency shelter, not a temporary shelter, not a permanent shelter. And I hope we can all agree on that.
Well, to clarify, it was to cover any and all options that might be available. Shelter doesn't necessarily mean a city-operated shelter. It might mean, under the right circumstances, a voucher for a hotel room. That is shelter, okay? So let's not be too specific here. It was about taking care of people and looking at all feasible measures we could in that short period of time. So that's what we got in our city report, so.
Yeah, I don't want to be argumentative, but that's what the record reflects, that's what the video reflects. And I think that's why we have so many people here concerned tonight. And safety also goes to the safety of our tax-paying citizens who are concerned about walking the beach trail and going to North Beach.
Yeah, well, no, sir, this, you have to put a card up if you want to make a comment. Okay, well, we had the staff presentation. The shelter's obviously not something that was feasible for staff to come up here anyway and present. So I want to make sure that the public has time to make comments. So let's turn to the public comments. We can have a discussion after that.
Okay, I'll call the first three speakers up. Daryl McFan, Susan Hennebree, and Javier Arnani. And if I could, please just remind you to state your name when you come to the podium. Thank you. Daryl McFan.
Okay, Daryl McFan. Hello and welcome to the new council members and Mayor Chris Duncan, Gene James, Knobloch. I will remember you guys' names soon enough, so welcome. And I'm here because, as Mr. Gene James said, I was misled a little bit that we were going to be speaking about a shelter. And I just wanted to remind everybody about our PICO shelter and how it grew our homeless population exponentially by having a shelter there from people who were coming in from out of town. I don't want to see that again. I'm a recovery pastor and an interventionist. One of the first things that we do when we do an intervention is ask the family, who's the enabler here? Grandma, sister, dad, somebody always slides them money, goes and gets them, whatever it is. I'm bringing this up because we all know the percentage of homeless are drug addicts, alcoholics, some of them have mental disabilities, but they all choose to continue using drugs. In a family, when you say, stop the enabling, some of these things that the city does, that church groups do, listen, church groups, how about you open your parking lots? If you're worried about your children, put a fence around your little encampment that you're gonna feed them every day and house them. 3 days a week I go into the canyons, I go into trestles in the fields out there, and Gene James has met me out there and actually helped tremendously to clear out a group. I'm only speaking this because I have yet, I was there today, found 3 new camps. They're all single tents out there by themselves. When they choose to live by themselves, they don't have social skills, but they always have a tent, and they always have food, and they have a little fire next to them. Anyway, I know of 15 that has not been identified by any liaison or anything else that are out here right now. The problem is, let me see if I can do this. I don't have any problem walking up to the tent and saying, hello, come on out, I just want to talk to you. And I'm very compassionate, and I don't want to see anybody soaking wet or hungry. They all have EBT cards for food. Stop with the protein bars. They have food. They trade that for drugs. Okay? Then they stand on a corner and they wait for somebody to hand dollar bills out a window.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Susan Hennebree, and the reason I'm here tonight is because at the budget meeting last week, Mayor Duncan directed staff to look into an emergency or temporary homeless shelter in town. If you watch the YouTube video of the meeting, Mayor Duncan specifically says, quote, "We can look to see if there's a feasible option to do a shelter in town." The city does a really good job of outreach to the homeless already, and the homeless are offered over and over the option to get off the streets. Using $50,000 to bring them incidentals during inclement weather is a waste of taxpayer money. It's only prolonging the problem, not finding a solution. What happens in the summer if the temperature reaches over 100 degrees? Will we now have emergency actions to bring cooling incidentals to the homeless? This is opening a can of worms that can only be fixed by pushing the county to build a shelter on county-owned land. The city cannot take on the liability of opening their own shelter and the possibility of more lawsuits. Based on the outreach report from January, the homeless are choosing not to go to a shelter unless it's local. I'm sorry, but when you are down on your luck, you don't get to choose when help is offered. You take any help if you really want to get off the streets. My husband and I would have loved to live in San Clemente when we got married 30 years ago, but we couldn't afford it. Even though we had family ties here, we had to move to the Inland Empire and work our way towards the goal of living in San Clemente. Since the San Clemente Homeless Collaborative are intent on having a homeless shelter in San Clemente and meet every other month at Christ Lutheran Church to discuss it, then they should join forces and use church donations and fundraising to support their own shelter. Why are they pushing so hard for the city to spend taxpayer funds on building a shelter and having the city parking lots open all night for safe parking, when at their very own church and meeting place, they have a sign posted in their parking lot that states no overnight parking? This is the exact NIMBY mentality they accuse everyone else of having. Why are they delivering meals to North Beach instead of inviting the homeless to come to their church and eat their meals indoors? The church has vans and trucks they use to set up beach church on Sundays, so they could easily transport the homeless to their church to get them out of the inclement weather they are so concerned about. The church has a preschool that could easily be converted to sleeping quarters at night and then used as classrooms for the children during the day. The church already has a laundry program in place, and I am sure their parking lot could accommodate a modular shower. The church offers a meeting place for a 12-step program so the drug-addicted homeless could conveniently attend meetings, and the church could use their sanctuary to have the homeless meet with service providers and come up with plans to get off the streets permanently. It seems like the collaborative and the church could take care of all the homeless's needs on their own without city funds. So we should ask them, why are they choosing to not help the homeless get off the streets?
Javier Anani, followed by Jill Watson, followed by Stuart Anderson.
How you doing? Sorry I said something before, but it just, a little bit upsetting. Javier Arnone, I've lived here since I was 14 years old. I'm 60, so that's 46 years. So I've seen this place change quite a bit. You've been around here for quite a bit. We've all seen it change. I'm here because of the shelter that obviously you say that's not going to be no longer an agenda. I happen to be a pilot, it doesn't really matter, but it does a little bit. I'm a pilot for American Airlines, I'm a captain, I'm gonna go to Hawaii tomorrow. You wanna see what happens when you start making things better for homeless? The homeless population erupted in Hawaii. Southwest Airlines is when it really went erupted because of their fares to Hawaii when they started fighting with Hawaiian to take passages away from them, but it erupted. But you want to see when you were talking about doing things for them, and I do care about people. I actually feel for them. When it was raining, I saw somebody walking a couple of weeks ago. I do feel bad for them. I do. But when you start doing things for people that don't want to help themselves, I have a nephew who died at 36 years old, a year and a half ago from drugs, and his family is well-to-do. My in-laws are very well-to-do, but he didn't want help. He had a lot of help, but he didn't want to take it. They have choices. But when you offer these people these things, and then you make it better for them to come here, Hawaii, go to Hawaii. Again, if you want to come with me tomorrow, you're invited, if there's room. But go there, see what happens when you start making it really easy for these people. They're going to come here. And then also, if you talk to police officers from other police departments, Chris, I don't know, maybe you do sometimes, or talk to them, they actually bring in the cities that do things for these people. So we're going to get more of them. And in our statement that you talked, I have so many other things to talk about, but in our statement you talk about, that we should be able to play in parks and so forth. Well, we had all these girls, and I have grandchildren, and my wife and I try to walk 5 miles a day, and I live in Marblehead, and we could walk all the way back to the golf course. Everything I see, I'm sure you guys have seen it. It's not good, okay? It's dangerous to our kids. It's dangerous to these little girls. This is not what San Clemente needs to be about. Yes, we need to care for people, but we don't need to make it where this is where people, that they're going to get dropped off here, or that's where they want to come. Like Hawaii, trust me. I mean, it's not pretty. And that's where we're going to go. So that's really all I have to say about that. Thanks for your time, Chris.
Yes, sir.
Stuart Anderson, followed by Donna Vidrine, followed by Cord Bauer.
Jill Watson. Am I in the right order? Okay. Good evening. My name is Jill Watson. I've been a homeowner and resident in San Clemente for 38 years. I was misled as well, so I'm here to talk about not having a shelter of any kind, anytime. In regards to our homeless population, and I'm echoing a lot of what I've just heard, so I have this written, so I'm just going to read it. In regards to our homeless population, I feel it's not that they can't find help or shelter, they just won't. Help is out there. How many millions does the state of California pay out for homelessness? I read that the other day. And what is being done? Is there any success stories? Not a lot. The problem is, we can't force people into homeless shelters. Shelters come with rules, and they don't like that. They don't want to be in at the time they're told. They have to stay sober. That doesn't fly. I can base it on what I know from San Clemente. Daryl, he's the closest thing, and if any of the council members want to go on a ride with him sometime, I think you should. It's very easy to sit up here. But if you haven't spent time with homeless people and in these camps, you really can't talk about it because you don't know what you're talking about. They build a life here. Most of our San Clemente homeless don't want to better themselves. They take the government money, like Daryl said, and a lot of them are on disability. So they take that $300 and some that they get, and then they might have $1,000 or more, depending on their disability, that they get and come to them every month. Then we go into FAM, and then, like we said, these churches that enable people. Again, I'm all for helping people, but if they don't want help, what are you going to do? And people might want help, then they fall back. Then they have to get on, try again. So I also agree, the churches should be stepping up. I was told that one church said, oh, we can't have homeless people here. We have children that attend this church. Well, what about our children that walk the beach trail? Women that are getting accosted on the beach trail. They won't walk it anymore. North Beach is a disaster. I raised my kids on North Beach. When that gentleman showed the picture of earlier days, my kids were there. We had the play equipment. Nobody will take their kids to North Beach anymore. There's needles they find on North Beach. It's a mess. They have places to shower, do laundry. They've created a lifestyle of being homeless, and they like it that way.
What about trying to better themselves and get into rehab, get sober, and get back to society? The people with mental health issues need to be in facilities where they can get the treatment they need. I don't know if I'm on here. You want to hand out granola bars and umbrellas, you should be asking local churches and nonprofits to help. Put up a GoFundMe page. The population of San Clemente should not be forced
Sorry,
to
ma'am.
pay.
Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Again, Stuart Anderson. I want to commend the city for addressing emergency shelter in inclement weather. As the agenda states, this is not a good permanent solution, but it is a good stopgap measure. We've had some pretty unusual weather in San Clemente. We've had long periods of very cold and wet weather. So thank you for addressing this important and potentially life-saving issue. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Donna Vadrine, followed by Cord Bauer, followed by Michelle Brooks.
My name is Donna Vadrine. I am a San Clemente homeowner and co-chair of the San Clemente Homeless Collaborative. Tonight I am requesting votes, not talk, on providing a safe place for those exposed to this extreme cold weather and rains in our city. Let us work together, a partnership with church leaders, nonprofits, business leaders, and concerned residents, a partnership with our Public Safety Committee and OCSD. Let us conclude tonight with the 5-0 City Council vote. Thank you, Mayor Duncan, for agendizing implementation of emergency actions to assist unsheltered individuals during times of inclement weather, allowing for discussion and a council vote. Thank you, Councilman Steve Knobloch and Mark Enmeyer, for voting in support of Mayor Duncan, resulting in a report written by our city manager, Andy Hall, with staff recommendations to council. Councilman Cabral, I am very aware that you have been working hard, very hard on solutions for our homeless problems in San Clemente, both independently and as a member of the Council Homeless Subcommittee. Tonight, I ask you, vote yes, in unity of purpose to alleviate suffering and demonstrate compassion with responsible action. Councilman James, I ask you, look beyond your willful ignorance on homeless issues. The problems of our San Clemente unsheltered and unhoused are not going to go away with ordinances and code enforcement. We have San Clemente unhoused, sleeping on our streets and public spaces, requesting shelter access with no shelter available. This has been one of the coldest and wettest winters on record. The urgency to act is greater than ever. There are steps we can and should take now as we reach out to the county for resources and a regional solution. The determination of this city council to advance solutions, starting with emergency shelter, where the homeless can get their basic needs for warmth, rest, and some nutritious snacks provided, is the first important step in attracting the partnership and resources needed. Caring for the needs of the unseen and underserved strengthens the soul of San Clemente. We will be making an important statement about our values as a community. I stand ready to help in any way I can and look forward to working with each of you and stakeholders throughout San Clemente on this important initiative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cord Bauer, followed by Michelle Brooks, followed by Kathy Esfahani.
Good evening. If you wanted to see what Donna Vadrine's outcomes would be, I think you really
Please.
only need to look.
Please, no comments so we can hear the speaker.
You really only need to look to Los Angeles and San Francisco. We're in a Democrat majority state. They have free reign there. Look at the outcomes. I'm going to go a little old school on you guys. I have the Orange County Sheriff's Department internal memo from October 26th of 2017 regarding the Santa Ana riverbed. Things were bad then because of fentanyl. Things are worse now. On September 6, 2017, OC Hott began using a specialized field interview card to document outreach activities and enforcement actions. Since that time, we've conducted 1,118 consensual contacts in the Santa Ana Riverbed. An analysis of those contacts has revealed approximately 85% of all those contacted have prior criminal history. The data from these cards has shown that 1,026 of the contacts have no desire for outreach services. It should be further noted that HCA reports that only 10% of those who accept services actually follow through. This would translate to less than 1% of the population in the Santa Ana Riverbed pursuing services. In addition, we've encountered criminal offenses including robbery, assault, narcotic sales, weapons possessions, burglary, trespassing, and other numerous crimes. They've made 180 arrests and other offenses. That's what's going to happen here. What you're doing now is probably not perfect. What Donna Verdreen and others like her want to do is much worse. So this is not a perfect world. This is not a perfect world, but these people have progressive diseases. They are drug addicted and they may have mental illness. If you don't take care of that with medication and serious inpatient services, they will get worse every single day, whether they're in a house or a tent or walking on the street. That's God's gospel truth. So, and lastly, if none of you or if you all need to be aware of Lanterman Petra Short if you want to address this with any type of intelligence. You have to read Lanterman Petra Short in order to understand where the road is and where you can go and where you can't go. Thank you, sir.
Michelle Brooks, followed by Kathy Esfahani.
Hi, I'm Michelle Brooks. Welcome, City Manager Hall. It's fun to see you here and a permanent face in that seat. Thank you for your report tonight and everything you've been putting into this position so far. I had something prepared to say, but now I'm just going to go off the cuff based on what Mayor Duncan clarified and then some of the speakers before me. I do have to agree with what the gentleman here said about Hawaii. I mean, I literally have zero desire to ever go back. I was in Maui and I couldn't believe it. I went to a local Rite Aid and the shelves were just, I couldn't even get what I needed because everything had been shoplifted from everybody sleeping on the beach. You drive down the beach, it's just tent after tent after tent, and that is no exaggeration. So unfortunately, the reality of what people are coming up here saying, it sounds great. Of course, we want to be people of compassion. We want to help our brothers and sisters in society to not see people suffer, especially in bad weather. But the reality of it is we've done a $50,000 Band-Aid, and that was the dirt lot Daryl referred to. We saw what happened. Everybody complained. It was a disgusting mess. It cost us $50,000 a month to keep that up and running. How is $50,000 to an emergency shelter going to solve anything? It's the same Band-Aid that Judge Carter did to create this mess by cleaning out the riverbed with nothing more than a 60-day hotel voucher. And now we are facing those consequences. Please, I implore you not to lead us down that path again, just to look good to voters, just to look like we're full of compassion and we're doing what we can. That does nobody any good. Cleaning out that Santa Ana riverbed and giving people a taste of what a hotel could be, how did that do them any good? Because now they're living at North Beach. That is not a safe environment. That's not safe for my kids who I choose to raise in San Clemente, who I no longer take to North Beach. I no longer let them use public restrooms. Why? Because it's not safe. I chose to raise my kids in San Clemente because, thank God, 11 years ago when I had my daughter, it was beautiful. We would run around the community center barefoot. I would never take her to do that now. I don't let them use public restrooms. There's so many things my kids are missing out on, and people who maybe have younger kids now, that I got to do 11 years ago because we weren't in this mess. I beg you, this is a county and a state issue, and those of you that have direct ties to the county, let's use those ties, put that pressure on them. Mayor Duncan, I think it's great you went to the DC conference. I don't have a problem with it at all. I think it's great to network. I think we should be networking. I've talked to other cities. I've learned so many things that are working and not working. I implore us all to not think we have the answers. None of us in this room do. You've heard it tonight. Let's see what's working in other cities. Nobody has found a solution to homeless. Not the cities that are giving billions of dollars, not the people who have created permanent supportive housing, not the people that have built shelters. Nobody has the solution, so I implore you guys to talk to others.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Kathy Esfahani. I've heard so many ignorant statements tonight. I can't address them all, and I won't try, but I live in North Beach. I walk the beach trail every day. I feel like my community needs to be compassionate towards unhoused people. It is a question of decency and how we see ourselves as a people. Would we really be willing to let people suffer in the rain? Would we really be willing to let people freeze to death? I hear people say that it's no solution to try to give people shelter. It is a solution. That's what we're doing in Turkey and Syria and the places where there are the earthquakes and people are freezing. You give them tents and you give them shelter from the cold. We have people in our own community who need shelter from the cold. What's on the table tonight is a very, very reasonable proposal to just give some assistance to people who are suffering. I fully support that, but I want the city to go further. I think there is no reason that San Clemente, Dana Point, and San Juan Capistrano cannot work together to get a regional shelter here for the emergency wet weather time, but also a permanent shelter so that people do not have to live on the street. There is no place in South County for people to go other than Laguna Beach, 2 shelters there. That's it. People have vouchers that they cannot use because there is not affordable housing. There is a crisis with many solutions. It's not true that there are no solutions. Permanent supportive housing is a solution. Affordable housing is a solution, and bridge shelter to get people off the street towards the more permanent solutions. All of that works. We need to work together with other cities, and San Clemente needs to stand up. You know, we're a mature, wealthy community. We can do better for our people. I ask you to show the leadership we need, and please move us forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Final speaker is AQ.
I wasn't prepared to speak on this. I sent a couple emails regarding this. When I first saw this on the agenda item, I also happened to notice that the lawsuit regarding the Emergency Shelter Coalition was still ongoing. So, and I started reading a little bit, and the claims that they had in that lawsuit could probably be made for this emergency shelter. So I'm really concerned, or for inclement weather, I'm really concerned about the legal implications or what it could, what could entail. As far as Mayor Duncan's trip, I think first we have to start locally with our Board of Supervisors, talk to Supervisor Katrina Fuller regarding that, and Senator Janet Wynn, and Assemblymember Lori Davies. I think that's where we need to start first. But I think we really need to look at, is the city going to open itself to another lawsuit? Because we still haven't settled this one regarding the Emergency Shelter Coalition for the problems at North Beach at the Pico lot. Thank you very much.
We have no further speaker
No further
cards.
speakers. Okay. Is there any discussion of the item or the recommendations from the city manager? Sure.
I have discussion, yeah. I wanted to start the discussion listening to everything that has been happening. As you know, we do have a homeless subcommittee that's looking at various solutions. Most of them are out of San Clemente, not here in San Clemente. But as I studied this, and looked at this. One of the things I do not want to go down is that slippery slope of our local government taking responsibility for what should really be a federal and a state and a regional responsibility. Our federal government is building homes and shelters in Ukraine, all over the world, but they're not helping here in where we need help with the homeless. Our state has abandoned the cities and the counties for the most part, not addressing the homeless issue. And our county government hopefully will. But one thing I do know is that it's not and never has been a city responsibility. Cities have always been responsible for roads, for sewer, for water, for waste removal, parks, recreation, fire, police services, local building ordinances. They have never had responsibility for the homeless, and that's because we don't have the resources. That money is collected by the state and the federal government. They have the departments of health. They have the Department of Veterans Affairs. They have all the organizations and resources to address the mental health issues that need to be addressed. We don't even have a mental health department here in San Clemente, and we probably never will because it's not a responsibility of our local government. I think stepping into the abyss of homelessness here in San Clemente, I look at the two big cities that are spending now billions of dollars and started very, very small with, food. And then it happened to be, well, we got to give them needles. Then we've got to give them housing. And those two cities are San Francisco and LA. And now they come to the point where they're spending billions of dollars and they're worse off for it. So I will not take us down the road of spending a small amount of money, of our taxpayers' money, to do the little bit has no end in sight. It really doesn't have any end in sight. I know that each of us here has had some kind of experience with mental health or alcoholism or drug addiction in our families. And how did we deal with them, most of us? We took care of it as family members. Second of all, the churches used to take care of that and responsibility. Now we're trying to be told that it's the city's responsible. I'm not going to go in the direction of the government taking responsibility what is really a responsibility of the state and the local government and the families and the churches. So those are 2 points that I wanted to make sure I made. I want to end up with a conversation I had earlier this week, two different things. I met with a business owner on Del Mar who showed up to work last Monday. There was a homeless person sitting in the front of their business. So this was at 9:45 in the morning when she showed up. She tried to engage that person, tell that individual, that homeless person sitting on her private property in front of her business so that she could make an earning to support her family and her children. And she engaged in a very delightful conversation trying to coax that person to leave. After a half hour, that individual would not leave, so she decided to call the police to help and assist with that. Well, that individual got angry. Another passerby tried to help with that situation. He ended up assaulting that individual. Police did not arrive until 11:15, and luckily that individual had left the business. But she lost 2 hours of business opportunities. She couldn't open her business. That should never happen in San Clemente. That's something that we have got to address as a city council, because it's the taxpayers that support this city that we have a bigger responsibility to, the business owners and the people that live in North Beach, that I am concerned about. And when I ran for city council, that's what I said I would do, and that's what I intend to do. I want to mention one other thing. I went this morning to North Beach, and there was, again, probably half a dozen people there. That beach really shouldn't be open. It's not safe anymore. It shouldn't have people sitting there. It's dangerous because there's a cliff there. The building itself is dilapidated. I think they've got yellow tape on it. There's people walking on it. There should not be anybody walking on there. And I would ask, at some point in time, I will ask that we close that, reestablish that as a children's beach for this community to use. And I'm not going to do that right now, but I think that's what I'm going to do maybe later on.
I've done that already.
Okay, all right. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to make a motion at this point in time to direct our city manager to help assist our police department, hire a private security company to begin more vigilant enforcement of our no camping ordinance on our beaches from 12 to 4 a.m. because we cannot afford to have our law enforcement there. There's a no smoking ordinance that we have, but yet that beach this morning was full of smokers. I mean, everybody on the beach there was smoking, and I'm sure they had alcohol in the various cups. So if we can begin to enforce the regulations that we have on the books, I think that's a good start for at least addressing that. And since this is part of the broader issue that we're trying to address tonight, that's the motion I will make.
Second the motion.
Could I make thank you. Could I make a friendly amendment to that motion and the $50,000 we have earmarked for mittens and hand warmers and granola bars, we take that $50,000 and we put it into that security effort?
I would agree to that.
Can you rephrase the motion again? It was
To direct our city manager to hire a private security company to begin a more vigilant enforcement of our no camping ordinances on the beaches from 12 to 4 a.m. To enforce our no enclosed tent policy, to enforce our no alcoholic drinking on the beach, and to enforce our no smoking ordinances or any other ordinance that we have on the books that will enhance public safety.
What's the timing that you would have them operate?
That program for.
You'd leave it to the city manager?
I would
Okay.
leave it to the city manager.
Okay, we got a Councilmember Cabral second. We got a friendly amendment from Councilmember James.
This is just to agendize?
This is,
I don't think we need
that.
that.
We don't, this is before the
I
city.
authorize the pilot action that the city manager recommended during his comments.
so, do we have any discussion of that or any additional motions?
Yeah, quick question. This would, so we're taking all of that $50,000 and moving it instead to security?
Was that $50,000, city manager, or what was the dollar amount? I think that's beyond your spending authority.
Yeah, it was, the 50,000 came from the extent that the city manager can spend without coming to the council was $50,000. So it would be a not to exceed. It wasn't intended to spend
Yes.
all of that money on granola bars.
That's where it came from. Okay.
Yeah,
So that's, just to clarify for the record, that's the amount that the city manager has to spend without having to come to the council for approval. So this isn't about, we're going to definitely spend $50,000. It was never going to be that, but, okay. Any other questions, Councilmember?
Yeah, I'm just trying to wrap my brain around this a little bit monetarily wise. So are we looking at this as two separate things? One from a motion to look at security, and then we are still discussing the emergency inclement?
Yeah, I think the way to look at it is there were two real recommendations. One was to provide these emergency actions to prevent people from getting injured or dying. And the second thing was to hire a private security firm to better enforce the existing regulations we have on our beaches and in our public areas. So those two things. Now, the motion only addresses the second part.
Okay.
The motion that stands right now with a second, yeah. So would you like to make a motion regarding the other part, or?
Well, let's call for, I call for the question on this, on Mr. Cabral's motion.
Yeah, I would like to vote separately on Mr. Cabral's and then make a motion for the,
Okay.
what we were in discussion.
Well-
Call for the question.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion then. Before we do that, I'll do a substitute motion where we do hire the private security company. I was going to move for that before I even saw it in the city manager's report. But I want to make a note here. We made a decision at the last meeting to divert our TOT, our transient occupancy tax, our hotel tax, to pay down pensions. I think we should have not done that. We should have used that money to hire the private security company, because then we could spend a lot more than $50,000 on it. So I think we should really start thinking about that when we make these decisions. It's not an endless pot of money. When we spend money on pensions, we're taking money away that we could be spending on quality of life issues for our residents right now and next week, right? So let's be very mindful of that. And I think there's a direct connection between the transient occupancy tax, collecting money from people from out of town who are staying here, and using that money to make sure that that quality of life is preserved for the residents here. So we need to make that direct connection. I just want to make that point, because now we don't have that money to spend on something like this private security company.
Mr. Mayor, later I'm going to make a motion later that we look at our TOT tax and do a study of our TOT tax on beach communities from Pismo all the way to Imperial Beach, and see where that percentage, what that tax percentage is, and I think you'll find we're very low on that, and I would rather have outsiders and visitors fund some of the things we're doing than our own taxpayers that are here. So right now, on 10%, we're collecting $3 million a year. If we were to take that to 15%, 4.5, but I'm going to ask for staff to come back with a study on that in the next couple of months, so we can maybe put it on the ballot in 2024.
Okay, we'll get to that, and I think that's a good idea, but my point is, I'd rather have all of that money going to our residents right now.
We can't continue,
and so-
we cannot continue to owe $50 million.
Well, but we're hamstrung on
I think
spending
we're
on
getting-
things right now, when we need quality of life action now, not 10 years from now. Okay, so my substitute motion would be that we do the private security, and we do everything that was in the friendly amendment as well, but we also allow the city manager to take steps, immediate actions in emergency situations that he described. These are rare inclement weather situations, to make sure that no one gets seriously ill or dies on our street when we have this inclement weather, no matter who they are. So that's my substitute motion.
Yeah, and I will second that.
Okay.
I'd like some discussion on it as well. I
Sure.
didn't get a chance to speak. I have some questions based on the substitute motion itself. I was wondering, City Manager, do you know how much a voucher is for a motel stay? Like, how much does the city pay for that?
So it probably depends on the hotel that you're staying at or the motel you're staying at, and they do set a rate, and they usually give you a government rate. But the city does not have any funding set aside for that, so we'd be working with our county partners. The county does have some funding for that, so we'd be working with the county partners. And that would only be, again, I think, where we're talking in this particular situation, it would be people that are in peril, people that really need to get out of the storm. They may be having some sort of critical illness that we've got to get them out of the weather. I don't think that this is an idea of having a robust voucher program where a lot of people are going, where we're looking for a lot of vouchers. This is that inclement weather, really bad type of situation, just critical situation that we'd be looking at.
And
we may have to fund that in a particular case if it's bad enough.
Gotcha. And do we know if we are in partnership yet with any hotels in San Clemente?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. Do you know how much these other things would cost the city, for a single person who needs a bar and an umbrella, how much that would cost the city for just one person?
Well, first, I don't want to give you the impression that our staff isn't providing some of those things when absolutely necessary now. Our staff does go out and try to help in these sorts of situations. When there's inclement weather, though, I think that we would probably need to probably be a little bit more aggressive if that's the way the council wants to go, and you want to provide things like the ponchos and some of those kinds of things. It's my understanding our last point in time count was somewhere around 125 or something. So if you were to
131,
buy,
I believe.
Around 100 ponchos, and they're usually about $1 a piece, you're probably spending $100, $150 on those. So, again, this is all just very
Yes.
off the cuff, so I'm doing the best I can. but-
Thank you. And by chance, do you know how much a ambulance ride would cost?
So the ambulance there's a fee for the ambulance, which is somewhere around $1,300, and then there's also a mileage fee and a waiting fee. And the average in our community for an ambulance transport is around $1,500.
So an unsheltered person, hypothetically, who's cold and on the streets, I was talking to a firefighter friend of mine the other day, and one of the major calls that they get during this weather pattern is for homeless people on the street, and they ask for this ride in order to get food, to get warm. And when they do this, the city foots the bill, or the taxpayers foot the bill on this, of about $1,500. So, sorry.
No, yeah, we bill the insurance of the individual. If the individual doesn't have insurance, then, yeah, there is some loss if there's not insurance. Hopefully there's some coverage that we can get back from the state, but that's correct.
Yeah, so the taxpayer is either we can provide $100 for someone to get a room, save them from dying, or they can spend $1,500 of the taxpayers' money to go get shelter at a hospital. That for me, that just sounds like a good finance solution of, this is how we're going to save $1,400 of the taxpayers' money every time we do this. So, yeah. Well, the city still pays for it. Not the city, the state,
Mr.
the
Mayor.
taxpayers. So I'll say this, I'm in favor of this. But I also believe that this is, at the most, a bare minimum of what we can and should be doing to help those on the streets. We often talk about the unsheltered as if they have rejected society. More likely, it's our society that has rejected them when they needed us most.
Mr. Mayor.
What makes us think, I let you guys speak. What
haven't
makes us
spoken
think
yet.
that they would want to come back to the place that has ostracized them and villainized them? Yeah, are there bad actors? Absolutely. Absolutely, they are bad actors, and I'm no doubt. But for every one of those, there's others who do need our help to stay alive. This is just about staying alive. I'm not willing to sacrifice their right to life during extreme cold weather because I think a few bad members of society need to learn a lesson. So let's also be clear, we do need to enforce our codes on those bad actors, but we can't until we are in compliance with Martin v. Boise. With Martin v. Boise, we can't move them out of their tents, out of their shelters, unless we have a shelter to give them to. That's the law. So we don't have a shelter for them to go to. So I'll also say some of the comments that that it's not the city's responsibility to take care of the homeless. I'm sorry, I'm a history teacher, going back to the Roman times, it's been the city's responsibility to take care of all its citizens, especially in times when they are at risk of life. That is the city's responsibility to take care of its citizens. And we skirt that responsibility when we say no. Let's give it to someone else. Yeah, I also believe churches can step up, nonprofits can step up, but in our modern society, they can't do it alone. And in the motion that we had last week, I believe we asked you to see how we can partner with nonprofits and faith-based communities. Have we had any chance to do that?
I have not had that chance yet.
So I would like to direct you to continue with that motion that was approved last week. It was already approved by 3 members, to say, how can we continue, or not continue, but how can we partner with them if that's what they need? And what would that look like? Is that even feasible for the
Mayor,
city? I don't
I'm
know.
going to call for the question. I'm going to call for the
Does this
question.
does this go to the motion? No, that is reiterating something we've given prior direction. This was an emergency agenda item with very little time for the city staff to prepare. Any more comments on the motion?
The substitute?
The substitute motion, or the motion?
No, that's all, yes.
Yeah,
All right.
I'd like to make a brief comment.
Okay, discussion on the...
On the substitute motion where you've incorporated the emergency help issue with the enforcement issue. I'm not going to be supportive of the emergency ordinance because I don't think this is an emergency. We talk about extreme weather and inclement weather. This is winter time. We have winter every year, and it rains every winter, and it gets cold every winter. And people that are living on the street, many of whom, in my opinion, a majority of those choose to live on the street, make choices in their life. And I think it's been well said this evening that family members can intervene and help people, churches can intervene and help people, but I think people need to be responsible to the maximum amount. Those that can't clearly need assistance, and our government has assistance right now. And I would like to see, there's been a number of solutions discussed. One of the solutions, I think, they're not incorporated in this motion, but I think we need to consider, is the mental health issues that are serious. We have an organization in Orange County, the Be Well organization, that handles mental health people with mental health vans that actually take people, counsel them, and move them into a facility for months at a time to get them mental health assistance. They're available. I would like to see, of our 2 full-time employees that communicate on a regular basis with the same 50 or 60 people, I'd like to see the salary dedicated to one of those people dedicated to the Be Well organization so that they can take their mental health vans, which currently don't come as far south as San Clemente, and encourage them to come south. So I think that's a direction we need to head. And so I unfortunately, I will not be able to support the substitute motion, but my purpose in being one of the 3 to ask for this report to be agendized and have the staff opine is because I think we need staff's input on it. And I think discussions are necessary on important issues. That's how we find solutions. And I think, the discussion tonight was beneficial all around. And but on the substitute motion, I can't support.
Go ahead.
Any further discussion?
I have something to say.
I have one thing to say. I just want to talk to the issue of the San Clemente citizens. The San Clemente citizens are the most generous people I know. They give more of their time, energy, resources to this homeless issue, to feed them, to house them. We have plenty of programs in this city. We have great programs, and we have a great city staff that addresses those needs. We do not have people dying on our street because they don't have a poncho and a health bar. We do a lot for our citizens, and I would just say, I want to continue that effort. I want to continue working on the homeless issue, but it should be a regional and state-driven exercise, not with the direction of creating some kind of entity here in San Clemente.
And I want to reach out to those people, those great citizens and taxpayers who came here tonight, and to be called ignorant or being accused of making ignorant statements. That's what people do when they have no other argument. That is what they do when they're sad, pathetic people. So here's what I want to say. We, as a city, we're a great city, and we're a city of great people. And when someone shakes their head and says we're not, maybe they should find somewhere else to live. I would like to say that the federal government, the state government, they have programs. We also have to look at the fact that the Democrats in Sacramento and Washington, D.C. have created this problem. And, we do not want to become the manure pit that democratic cities like San Francisco, Los Angeles, and San Diego have become. You even see it here in Orange County. I won't name the cities, but you know what these cities are. We want to be a great city. We want to protect our people. We want our beach trail back. I no longer want to smell urine and feces on the beach trail. I'm sorry. The people on our beaches, they're rabble. And what does rabble mean? People who act in an uncouth and uncivilized manner. And that's what they're doing. They're disorderly people acting in an uncouth and uncivilized manner. And by God, we need to take our beach back. We just had a speaker talk about the playground at North Beach. No longer can children or parents enjoy that playground because the Christ Lutheran Church is feeding every day on that playground. Yet you go to their parking lot and their parking lot says no overnight camping. When you talk to them about maybe you might want to take a few homeless in, oh, well, we can't do that because we have children. Well, guess what? We all have children too. And we're going to protect the children, we're going to protect the taxpayer, and we're going to protect the citizens of San Clemente. And we're going to do it in a humane way. But I'm going to have another motion, and my motion, Mr. Mayor, is going to be to direct the city manager to work with the county on any housing solutions the county may have. However, we will not, in that resolution, we will not build a homeless shelter. We will not build a temporary shelter. We will not build a weather-related shelter. No shelters.
Okay, so we have a third motion. Before we get to
No,
the,
a point of order, we're discussing a motion that's being.
yeah,
ready
so
to be voted
let's
on.
table that motion for a moment. I don't want people to get confused about the motions that are on the table. Is that appropriate, City Attorney? So we have a substitute motion on the table now to provide some emergency actions and to fund private security to enforce our.
I'll make
local
one more comment. Someone did die, and they died last year. And we have to take that into account.
Yes.
So-
Okay.
I'll call the question.
So the question's been called. The substitute motion is up first. Councilmember Enmeyer.
Sorry, which one are we?
Substitute motion that has both recommendations from the city manager.
Aye.
No.
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 And I'm an aye. The motion is defeated 3-2. You have Cabral, James, Noblock, and on the other side, Enmeyer, Duncan. And now we have the motion to just fund the private security with the addition of using the city manager's, the full extent of the city manager's funding at this point to accomplish that. We'll start over here again. Councilmember Enmeyer?
Aye.
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 And I'm an aye. That's unanimous. So we have that passing.
I have a motion, and that motion is to direct the city manager to work with the county resources in regards to any housing solutions in the county. However, we'll direct the city manager not to direct any resources to building any homeless shelter, not an emergency one, not a weather-related one, not a permanent one.
Okay, just a quick question on that. Is it appropriate to have a motion on that? Is that related to the agenda item enough, or do we need to agendize that for it?
I think that's close enough to the description that people would know and expect that might come.
All right, thank you, City Attorney. So we have a motion on the table to provide direction to the city manager to contact the county about housing and shelter opportunities outside of San Clemente without San Clemente using resources to participate or have one built in or opened, I guess, or established in San Clemente. And is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Councilmember James with the motion, second is Cabral. I will note that I have formally asked the county to open a regional shelter on county land in the South Spa, funded by the county, really by the state to the county. They have the money. They don't spend that money in South OC for reasons that have been discussed. And so we're still waiting for a response, but I have no problem with potentially authorizing the city manager to knock on that door and see if he can get a quicker answer. So motion is James Cabral with the second. All in favor?
Can I
Yep.
discuss something
discussion.
on this really quickly? Look, I'm all for the county taking care of this. I'm 100% in. I just don't think it's realistic, if I'm honest. Looking at what's going on and how the county operates, the county is looking at South Region and saying, hey, we want to build something, but which city is going to allow us to build it? And no city is going to do this. And so as wonderful as an idea as that is, we got to start thinking of Plan B and C and D on this.
I'm confused because County Supervisor, Foley ran saying she was going to do it, but obviously she's not to be heard from.
So essentially, this Thursday, we're having a roundtable discussion, and one of the representatives from the county will be there, and I am very, I want to nail them down on this, on what their plan is. And again, I want them to do that. We have to start thinking, though, if that's not feasible, what else can we do? And I'll tell you that the cities that are lowering their homeless population, Huntington, Laguna Beach, they have shelters there. And this is not me like, yay, shelter. I'm not saying that. I'm just looking at statistics here. And so we have to start thinking, what other options are there? And I'm not advocating for a shelter. I'm just saying, I don't want to limit ourselves at this moment.
Okay. Well, we'll.
On the motion, quick comment. I appreciate your communication with the county, asking them to move forward on this issue. I think we've all made requests of county representatives over the last few years, and we haven't had traction. I think I'm supportive of the motion because I think officially asking our manager to pursue that on an official basis with the majority council action will expedite that process. So I'm in support of the motion.
Okay, we'll start over here. Councilman Meyer?
No.
Okay.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I'm an aye. It passes 4-1. Enmeyer the opposition. And I think that closes out this item. Thank you all for coming and participating.
Thank you.
And we will go back now to the consent calendar. Yeah, so if you don't want to stay for the consent calendar, please go ahead and we'll take a, what was that?
5 minutes.
5 minute break? Okay, we'll take a 5 minute break, clear the room, and then we'll start with the consent calendar. quiet, please. Please take your seats. We're going back in session here. Thank you for your cooperation here. We're going back in session, everybody. We have a number of speaker cards here, so let's move through this so that people can be heard. We have some kids here too, so let's make sure they get home. It's school night. On to the consent calendar, item 6.
Yes, so moving on to consent, members of the public have pulled item 6D and 6F.
6B as in boy and F as in Frank.
D as in David and F as in Frank.
Thank you.
So if council.
Give me 1 second, I'm not there yet.
All right. We'll give a moment for council members. So we have the public polling 6D and F. Do any council members want to poll any other items?
Give me 1 second. I'm not even there. Let me see. 6D, yes. And then I want to pull the APREA.
That's 6F.
That's 6F. Okay. That's everything I want to pull.
Okay, we have D and F. Any other items? No? Does anybody want to move the balance?
I'll move the balance.
Second.
Okay, motion is Noblock, second James. And then we have item 6D.
We need to vote.
We have a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, we have to vote. Yeah, we have to vote on moving the balance. Is all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it is unanimous, sorry. Yeah, staff presentation, and then we'll have public comment after that.
So, good evening, council members. I'm Zach Ponson. I'm your acting Public Works Director / City Engineer. Tonight, we do have I don't have a presentation because it was on consent, but I do bring a couple slides. In general, Megan, I'll probably stay on the second slide. Tonight in front of you, we have a proposal to add bike lane facilities and a stop sign on CALLE del CERRO. I'll be very quick with a brief presentation. The lower section you see in green from the lower connection of Avenida Vista, Montana, Tel Pico is included in our bicycle and pedestrian master plan to have a shared Class 3 bike lane. So with this upcoming pavement job, staff is simply going to fulfill that goal of the pedestrian bicycle plan for that lower section. With every street project, we also look at other opportunities to utilize the streets for all users. Staff, we have about an 18-foot lane on the rest of the Del Cerro where it narrows down to 1 lane in each direction. Staff is recommending a Class 2 bike lane through that uphill section and the downhill section of CALLE del CERRO. And then a real quick transition of Class 3 where it connects into La Pata simply because of the additional lanes in that area. Also with the application tonight, we have a recommendation to add a all-way stop sign to the current one-way stop sign at the eastern section of Avenida Vista, Montana and Del Cerro. This is somewhat of a unique situation for us to recommend a stop sign. We don't do it very often. The actual street traffic does not qualify, but we have a couple ongoing studies through a Berkeley study and then a LRSP study that'll be coming through Planning Commission and City Council in the next couple months. That Berkeley study did recommend that we do look at a stop sign at that intersection. In our study, we did find that it does not meet the traffic counts to justify the stop sign, but in staff's analysis of that intersection, we did see some line of sight and potential stopping sight distance issues, mostly due to the crown of that street. And if cars are speeding above that 40-mile-an-hour mark, it does pose some stopping sight distance issues. So staff is favorable of adding a stop sign at that location, and we're here for questions and comments if you have any.
Mr. Mayor, before we go on, I'd like to ask the city attorney, I live within 500 feet of this project. Am I conflicted out? Do I need to abstain?
I think you should recuse yourself because it's presumed to be a material impact on your property. So I'd recuse yourself and
I'm within 500 feet of a portion of the entire project, but not all of it.
Oh, thanks,
I'm just
Councilmember.
wondering if if I need to recuse myself from the entire project?
Now
or-
understand, I think with regard to specific infrastructure like a stop sign, that we're measuring from the placement of that stop sign, not from the entire corridor. So I don't think that if you're outside from 500 feet from the stop sign, I think you're qualified to participate, not disqualified. We measure from the sign.
Well, it's a statutory issue. I'm within the.
Yeah, it's within 500 feet of the infrastructure that we're talking
I
about.
think out of a matter of caution, I'll
That
just
too.
recuse myself on this item.
Thank you, that's even easier.
Well, you don't have to listen to all the comments.
Well,
Steve, is there more food in the back? Is that what's going on?
In the back, that's what.
Okay.
I'm going to recuse myself.
We've had this, does anybody have any questions for Zach here before we hear the public comments, I guess?
Yeah, but
Go ahead.
I did have a question. Is there any legal consequences that we should be aware of? Because you said it didn't necessarily meet all the conditions of putting a stop sign there. Is there any liability issues for us? Because sometimes even doing positive things can lead to bad results. So is there anything that we would be faced with regard to that?
I don't know if we want to defer to our city attorney on that, but ultimately, we did look at it and did see somewhat of a safety issue with, so from a safety, we do have an option due to our code if there's safety precautions in there. And so due to that stopping sight and line of sight type details of the crest of the hill, we are seeing a safety issue on there. So we're looking at it basically a safety exemption on this one.
Mr. Mayor, I have one question. So we got a number, not a large number, but a sizable number of comments on this via email. And one of them showed, and I recall when this occurred, the car going through the house. Okay, so how does this play into that?
That car that I think you're talking about was traveling northbound on that upper section of Vista, Montana, and simply failed to stop at the stop sign. I don't want to get into the conclusions of if that person was inebriated or not, but that stop sign is already there. So the only change in that direction of traffic will actually be an additional flashing sign of stop
Has the city
ahead.
done any mitigation to keep something like that from occurring again? Guardrail or anything like that?
Planning Commission, this was discussed in pretty good detail, and part of the Planning Commission's recommendation was for staff to work with the HOA and see if there were actually trees a part of that master landscape plan for those tracks. And since Planning Commission and before and after the staff report was done, I have pulled the landscape plans for those tracks, and there are a series of trees that were actually supposed to be there. And so if Megan can advance to the next slide, I'll kind of show you the current condition right now is that driver kept going, would have kind of, I guess, gone right through all three of these cars and right through that wall. And so the next slide after that, back in May, there was 3 pine trees that were a part of that approved landscape plan that were there. Our understanding from maintenance staff, we got a report that was done on a dark Friday by an unknown landscape contractor. So, and even before that, if we go one more slide, about 12 years ago, there was about 7 large trees there. And so if my recommendation to council, if that's a concern of yours, is to approach the HOA, have them go back in compliance with their approved landscape plans and put these trees back up there.
Yeah, so I think what you're telling me is the city did not remove those trees.
My understanding is we did not.
Do you know if the HOA did?
At this point, it can turn into a code enforcement case because they do have an approved landscape plan. And so we don't know who did it between May of 2019 and then March of 2020. We know somebody removed those last 3 trees.
Okay. Thank you, Zach.
Yeah.
I have one other quick question. Is part of the problem is the speed on Del Cerro? And is there other remedies? Like, could we slow traffic down by another method other than speeding? Because speeding seems to be the problem, not the lack of a stop sign.
And that's an excellent question. So staff did look at some of those other things. In our traffic calming manual, we do have other parameters we're supposed to be looking at. And technically, stop signs is not one of them. And so, but the high speed and the grades of Del Cerro are going to prohibit speed humps from ever being recommended by us. So we're not going to recommend speed humps. You could probably get an electronic speed sign that could potentially slow some people down. But from what you're going to hear tonight from a lot of the citizens of the neighboring community to the left, they have a hard time pulling out if anybody's speeding at all. So we're going to ask for additional police enforcement of the area as part of the recommendation is already in the recommendations. And then some of the other alternatives we could do, though, would be things like bulb outs, narrowing, bottlenecking the street, doing things like that, and you are getting into a very costly project at that point.
One of the things I discussed with City Manager Day, totally unrelated to this, is our radar trailer. And when we do studies on speed, they always show that people are obeying the speed limit. Well, I suggest that the reason why that occurs is John Q. Citizen thinks he's going 45 and he's going 60, but he sees the sign, and I think we get a false reading when we do those speed studies.
Well, I think we have two different types of, we have the trailer that you're probably referring to. And I can defer to my traffic engineer is here tonight, Ryan Kim, but if it gets into details of that. We have the bigger trailer that the drivers do see. They have a tendency to probably slow down when they see that.
I know I do.
We also have stealth ones that are the box about the size of the piece of paper that are black with a little tiny camera on it. So we have those that we do for formal studies, and those are the ones that we look at when we're looking at traffic calming on a street. So the trailer's just kind of for, hey, we're aware of you, please slow down. Maybe the police is behind it type of thing, and it helps out.
And then a radar traffic sign, I really think that would be a great solution there.
If we were looking at straight traffic calming, that would be my next recommendation. One of the things we looked at in this intersection is for years, these HOAs have been somewhat asking for this. And so with the Berkeley study that recommended we look at it again, and looking at some of the speeding that was happening, we did jump straight to a stop sign in this case. If you want to include an electronic speed sign, there's a budgetary cost of that. We're close to $20,000 for those.
Councilmember Cabral and I tend to ignore anything that comes out of Berkeley, but that's another story.
Question related to that, the bike lane recommendation, that is in this stretch, right? So bike lanes on
Yes,
each
it
side?
is.
Okay. And is there an effect on slowing speeds by the bike lanes and narrowing those lanes?
Another excellent question. Right now, those travel lanes are almost 18 feet wide. And studies do show that wider lanes do lead to excessive speeds of vehicles. So right with our proposal of adding the Class 2 bike lane in there, which will be a 5-foot bike lane, 2 feet of buffer, and 11-foot travel lane, we do expect traffic will slow down with that. Will it be enough to where we would eliminate the stop sign? That's something that
But that's not your recommendation. Your recommendation is to do both.
Our recommendation right now is to do both, yeah.
We had some comments about crosswalks. Was that something you looked at here, or?
That was also in the studies that came to us as a request of, can we add some crosswalks in the area? And so the Rancho San Clemente's layout isn't always great. A lot of these tracks don't have sidewalk on their side of the street. So Villaggio 2, which is just off the screen to the left, has a little piece of sidewalk and then a gap of 40 feet before this intersection. So we're actually going to add that sidewalk next week, actually. And legally, a person will be able to cross at that intersection. With state law as of January 1st, somebody can cross anywhere. All you got to do is look both ways, and you can jaywalk now. And so something that I would like to echo is people can cross at any intersection. So crossing at that crosswalk, once it's a stop, we only want the crosswalk if it's a stop sign. So if you eliminate the stop sign tonight, I will say I do not want the crosswalk on there at all.
Okay, but if we say yes to the stop sign, you would add the crosswalk?
Then I'm adding the
and
crosswalk
sidewalk.
on both these sections
Okay.
right here. And I will add really quickly the got me where I was going with that one, but
We were talking about crosswalks, you were going to add something.
it'll come to me, I'm sorry. Yeah.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, one more thing. We have a problem with speeding in San Clemente, and we have a lot of hills. And this is what my question is, we do it for this community, and then every place where we know they speed, because there's a ton of hills in San Clemente where everybody speeds downhill, where do we stop putting stop signs? Is this the first of many, or have we even thought about that?
I have thought about that, and I actually come to you with pretty great reservations. We haven't added a stop sign in over 15 years that I've been here. And so this is a very unique situation of, due to that Berkeley study coming in, due to the line of sight of what we see, due to the crest of the hill, due to the amount of traffic, you got business park traffic a little bit further upstream that seems to be the one, could be adding to the speeders in the area. So it's a very unique situation.
Okay.
And so I'm hoping that this doesn't start, I mean, it's not going to stop the request. We get requests every week, can we have a stop sign, can we have a stop sign? And usually it dies pretty quick because they're not justified. And so in this situation, in this intersection, we do think it's a very unique situation.
So, but does this open it up to new methods of creating stop signs that we haven't yet faced?
I don't think so. It might not slow down the requests that come in, but I don't think it'll change staff's recommendation
Thank you.
as many times.
Okay, let's hear the public comments.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 14 speaker cards, so I'll call you 3 at a time. If you could please line up, and then just a reminder to state your name. Starting with Christy Newhausen, followed by Kurt Newhausen, followed by Hudson Newhausen.
Are you able to bring up the picture more? Much. Okay. Good evening, City Council members. The community of Villaggio 2 is requesting an all-way stop sign at the intersection of Calle del Cerro and Vista, Montana, along with a crosswalk for Villaggio 2 residents to cross safely over Calle del Cerro. There is already a crosswalk going across Vista, Montana currently, as you can see there. It only makes sense to put another joining crosswalk there on the other side across Calle del Cerro. Within a week from now, as Mr. Ponson said, the city will be adding a sidewalk along Calle del Cerro to meet with the intersection of Vista, Montana. You can see it pictured on the screen in green. It only makes perfect sense to add a crosswalk where that sidewalk will end to ensure residents can cross the street safely and their children. There is a major line of sight issue. In 2015, per the Engineering Division, Traffic Engineering Department noted the line of sight distance of the crest of the hill poses an issue when vehicles are traveling at the 85th percentile speed of 40 miles per hour or higher. So they did a study, and this is what they found. The speed limit is 35, and the cars do not obey it. They go well over 40 miles an hour. I just don't think an electric speed sign will be effective. We were awarded the U.S. Berkeley Safe Track Grant in February of 2021. It has been almost 2 years to the day we were awarded this grant. Every day that passes is another day we are driving and walking in fear at the intersection where we reside. Next picture, please, Laura. I have provided an accident report from the OC Sheriff's Department dating back from 2000 to present. There have been 96, so that's almost 100 documented accidents during this time period alone at these intersections. In 2015, the residents of Villaggio 2 were denied a safer intersection. Since then, there have been 39 documented accidents. We began this process for a safer intersection once again in 2020. And since 2020, there have been 13 more accidents that could have been easily avoided. And by the way, the city removed the trees. Next picture, please. The car landed in the backyard of a Villaggio 2 resident, and only 6 weeks later at a home a few houses down, a car landed into the bedroom of the resident's daughter. Next picture, please. If she wasn't away at college, she may not have survived this terrible accident. Would you consider bollards, which are made of steel, or a wall to be placed at the intersection of Calle del Cerro and Vista, Montana, to protect these homes from more cars landing into their yards? As you can see from the picture, next picture please, the very flimsy yellow diamond warning sign easily fell down as the car drove right over it and landed into the resident's yard. The proposal of bike lanes along Calle del Cerro is a great safety measure for regular bikes and the fast popularity of e-bikes. Mr. Mayor, you mentioned we don't let people die or get hurt on our streets. If there's not a change, this is exactly what will happen.
Thank you.
Please help.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I have a quick question, City Clerk. City Clerk, the list of accidents, can you provide that? Because I'm not sure that was in the email, or if it was. Okay, okay, then never mind. I missed it, sorry.
Kurt Newhausen, followed by Hudson Newhausen, followed by Madison Newhausen.
My name's Kurt Newhausen. I live in Bellagio too. I've been a firefighter for over 20 years, currently retired. This is one of those things that we've been on borrowed time right here. You're going to hear a bunch of statements from people that are trying to leave the Bellagio too. It's one of those sections that is nowhere really around. San Clemente has hills, but the way this crest is, even if you're going the speed limit, you have to get out the area of Bellagio 2. You have to look left, right, left, and then you have to floor it and turn right. I don't even let my teenage kids turn left there because it's that bad. Speaking of experience, I mean, I've been on those intersections that in my city that had, I know like 8 people who have died at that intersection because it's bad. And I know certain things that we can't say or we're not supposed to say because of liability of the city. This one's a no-brainer. It's a stop sign. There should be zero opposition for this one stop sign. If the study says it, the Planning Commission recommends it, all 4 members of the Planning Commission recommend it, the study that's being proposed to you recommends it. Don't worry about having one stop sign and it's gonna snowball into more stop signs. This one is definitely needed. It's a safety thing. I've had cars, and I'm a good driver, probably screech and slam on their brakes just when I'm leaving. Even when you look left and there's no car there and you punch it, they will still be right on you and you'll get honked at. I've been honked at probably 30 times and I pulled out when nobody was even there. So people have come from the city and looked at it, and all they can do is say, yeah, this is, just leaving here, I had a hard time. And having a crosswalk where my kids can go across to the neighboring 3 churches, elementary school of Lobo, down to the malls or anything, there's nowhere for them to go. You saw in the picture, we have like 15 feet of sidewalk, and that's it, it stops. So if you want to go, you have to play Frogger, basically, and get across the street. It's been on my mind since I moved there. Being a fireman, I just thought it was asinine that we didn't have just a stop sign both sections. That's it. That's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Hudson, and I live in Bellagio too. Every time I go to cross the street to play with my friends or go to church, there are always cars flying down our hill. Please give us a stop sign and a crosswalk to ensure our safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's all learn from that young man on the concise, to the point statement.
Good evening. My name is Madison, and I am a resident of Bellagio 2. The intersection by my home is extremely dangerous, and I would like to ask for help to please improve its safety. When I first started driving, my parents very early on enforced a rule that my brother and I had to follow. We were forbidden to turn left out of the neighborhood. I was only permitted to make a right turn out of fear of getting hit. There have been countless times where I've almost gotten crashed into, exiting my neighborhood from the car speeding down the street. This is why I propose that a crosswalk and 2 stop signs be placed for the cars going west and east on Calle del Cerro. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Next 3 speakers are Luke Newhausen, Jim Provence, and Jennifer Rolls.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Luke Newhausen, and I live in Bellagio 2. There have been countless times where I have left my neighborhood and have been nearly hit by a car, and I'm speeding down our hill. Due to the blind spot by our exit, we often cannot see cars going down our hill until we pull out, and by then it's too late. For the small action of putting up a stop sign, we'll be preventing any future car accidents and making our community a safer area. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Jim Provance. I'm going to comment on the proposals to allow e-bikes to use the full right lane of Calle del Cerro on the 2-lane portion south of Avenida Montana intersection. It's extremely dangerous down there, and to put bikes and cars in the same area is you're asking for a deadly accident. I live in the Montego neighborhood at Lorca and Calle de Cerro. I must exit my neighborhood into the limited visibility and downhill speeds of Calle del Cerro daily, and it's the only entrance and exit to our neighborhood. So there's no other option. I have to deal with that. Having e-bikes also traveling in the traffic lanes from Lorca to Avenida Pico is putting everybody at risk. Calle del Cerro is an extremely narrow road with vehicles traveling at high rates of speed because of the steepness of the road. Putting bike lanes alongside traffic is not a solution for slowing down the speeds. Having no dedicated bike lanes south of Vista Montana intersection is not a bike lane solution. If this plan is approved, you'll be putting lives at risk. So this plan, without a dedicated marked bike lane, the entire length of Calle del Cerro is just not a safe solution. Please do not approve an incomplete solution of installing bike lanes or using the right lane marked in green on that map that just came up earlier, of using the right lane on the lower part of Calle de Cerro occupied by high-speed traffic and is used as a bike lane. It's not going to work. Thank you.
Sir, what's your name?
Jim Provance.
Thank you.
Jennifer Rolls, followed by Jeff Harris, followed by Courtney Morrow. My apologies.
These comments were, Cheryl submitted the information earlier. Cheryl Bry.
Thank you for your time. My name is Jennifer Rollis. I want to first say that in your meeting, which stretched me out completely, so thank you for being here, listening to all of us. You or somebody mentioned that the mission of San Clemente was to keep citizens safe where they live and work and play, and right now we're not. I really hope that you listen to your experts here that have really looked at this area very concisely, right? We also had Mr. Cosgrove who rode his bike up and down that hill, and he wasn't just looking for the stop sign there. He was also looking for stop signs at other places. So this hill is very dangerous, especially at this point based on the site. But please listen to your experts who've really put the time and effort into this, and the citizens. I've lived there for 20 years. My parents actually have lived in Montego since '86. So I've dealt with this hill quite a bit. And if you do put more police action there, it doesn't help us at the bottom of the hill. It needs to be at the middle of the hill, because you are about to lose lives. My house was the one that that second car launched into. Is the first car went in 6 months later than my house. We didn't have a situation until those trees were removed. And also, actually, your picture of those trees, we actually had more trees up as well. And it would have definitely protected us. I'm telling you that angels did that about 1,000 different times to make sure nobody was injured. Any other way, any other trajectory of a car would have went into my neighbor's house, and where he was sleeping, it would have killed him. The other neighbors, it would have killed the entire family, because it would have launched onto the roof. So please take that into account. There was a couple other things, sorry. Please help us in that area. The house and the situation. Our cops, the cops that came out that night, they were concerned of their safety when they were taking a look at the street as well. And I know it's just one stop sign, so please listen to your experts and just throw up the stop sign, and you'll make a huge difference in all our lives. Otherwise, I know there'll be a death, at least one death in the near future, so please take that into account. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff Harris, followed by Courtney Morrow, followed by Hal Strong.
My name is Jeff Harris. I've been a member of, lived in Villaggio too for 34 years. And earlier it was mentioned about speed being a big problem. And it's really not, there's a lot of speeding in San Clemente. People are in a hurry. Since I've been here, I've noticed the traffic is getting worse. But the problem here in this, with the stop sign, is that it's not so much about speed, because the speed limit, as was mentioned earlier, is still only 35 miles an hour. But if you're going 40 miles an hour, 45, the problem is the topography, because Del Cerro, when it goes westward, it goes over a hill, it actually turns to the right. It's turning, so those cars are over here, and then they're kind of coming over. So when you come out of Villaggio 2 trying to enter onto Calle del Cerro, you're on Calle Sol, this the street that goes into Villaggio 2. So you come out, and you, as it was mentioned earlier by Mr. Newhausen, that you look left and there's no car. I'm sitting here in my car. Okay, I look up the hill, there's no car going west. Okay, and I look south, look to the right, there's no car there. Okay, I'm ready to turn. So I start turning, and my blinkers are on, and whoops, there's a car, it's right gonna hit me. It just came out of nowhere, around that corner and over the hill. And it's only going 40 miles an hour, because it's not the speed, it's the way the stop sign. Now, if the stop sign's there, it's going to stop those people. A lot of them, some of them are speeding. I mean, there's no doubt they're going 45 or 50 sometimes. But it's, you take your life in your hands, and then another time you might go look left, look right, no cars there, and then you say, okay, I'll go. Oops, there's a car. I've done it. Zoom! And oh, I just made it. Oh, I would have been toast if I didn't get this pedal to the metal there. So it's just dangerous. And so in order to make a left turn into it, onto Del Cerro from Calle Sol and Villaggio 2, we have to get way over into the right side, like Mr. Newhausen said. And then you can see a few feet more, because it's a blind intersection. That's the problem. It's the DMV, California State DMV says a blind intersection is where you can't see 100 feet in both directions. Here, you can see way down, looking west, down Del Cerro, down the hill. You can see way down to the bottom, not far, well, you can see 400 feet down there, looking to the left upward where it turns and it goes over the crest where these cars just come at you. If the stop sign isn't put in, if the stop sign is put in there, as Mr. Newhausen said, then they're stopped, and then they won't be going so fast. They won't be going even 35, because there's a stop sign there. It's about 60 feet from our entrance.
Thank you, appreciate it. Your time is up.
Courtney Morrow, followed by Hal Strong, followed by Al Afloahi.
Good evening, Council. My name is Courtney Morrow. I'm a resident of San Clemente within Rancho San Clemente, and I'm directly affected by this proposed project. I ask that you vote to approve the stop sign and bike lane addition along Calle del Cerro. The stop sign at Vista Montana East and Calle del Cerro is a no-brainer. This intersection is dangerous for cars, bikes, and pedestrians alike. At minimum, a stop sign needs to be put on the westbound side of Calle del Cerro for the reasons that Villaggio 2 has explained. Speeding cars on the entirety of Calle del Cerro is an issue. And enforcement is difficult because there are a few places an officer can even stop to radar on the part of the hill that needs to actually have the speed check. I noticed yesterday there was a cop there enforcing, but it was already past the light of Vista Montana. And at that point, people are slowing down for the light at Pico. It's ineffective. Although I do appreciate that there was some attempt to take that spot into consideration. In addition, the employees of the industrial park are cutting through our neighborhood to avoid the lights on Pico. They're not going to La Pata and turning right. They're cutting through Calle del Cerro. You could speed because there's no stops after that first light right at the corner of West Vista Montana and Calle del Cerro. Let's see, that obviously has exacerbated the problem, and now with the addition of Lifetime in the area, traffic has undoubtedly increased along Calle del Cerro. I noticed someone had mentioned the bike lane issue. The reality is there isn't a bike lane, but people are biking on there anyway, and good Lord, like, for someone who's brave enough to do that, like, I certainly would never do that. Like, it is gnarly. I can't even imagine. But the reality is they have every right to be on the street, and allowing a smaller lane would undoubtedly make speeds slower, and obviously you be more attentive to someone in the bike lane that they're supposed to be. For the residents of Villaggio 2, they live in fear of whether their house might be next to have a car go through it. Since 2 of their neighbors have already lived this trauma, imagine if that was you and your family. This intersection poses a significant safety concern, and it is incumbent upon you as our elected officials to act in the best interest of your neighbors by using the precautionary principle to minimize danger before someone gets killed on foot, in their car, on their bike, or God forbid, in their own home. Thank you.
Hal Strong, followed by Al El Jefe, followed by Bill Ruth.
So my name is Hal Strong. I'm also a homeowner in Villaggio 2, the community that we're talking about here. So the intersection of Calle del Cerro and Vista, Montana, cars speed up and down all day and all night long, as we've been talking about. We need stoplights, really. Stop sign would be fine there in this proposed location. We need crosswalks, like we're proposing. The bike lane is cool. I'm a mountain biker, and I do cross there all the time and almost get killed. But speed bumps, I know was something that was kind of not looked positively on as well, but that does slow down the traffic. We need guardrails along all the way down Calle del Cerro, which is a separate topic as well. They've removed all the trees all the way down on the right-hand side as you're going down. And there's cliffs, 100-feet cliffs, deep cliffs on the right side. There's also my house that's on the right side. And we'll get to that. But so trying to cross Calle del Cerro intersection, leaving from Villaggio 2 community is literally deadly, as everybody's explaining. It's like a game of chicken every time you cross. Pedestrians, families are crossing there. Myself, my kids are grown up now, but I get honked at by speeding cars every single time I walk my dogs across. It's like crossing the Autobahn. But regardless, regarding Del Cerro and Montana intersection, if a driver makes a mistake and drives through the Vista, Montana intersection without stopping, like they seem to do once in a while, they'll end up in my living room, literally. So why is that? Because there's no stop sign, there's no stop light there, there's no speed bumps. Over the last 2 years, 2 cars have landed in my backyard or within a couple feet of my backyard because of this intersection, right? It's devastating, as you could tell. Actually, I'm a prisoner in my own home. I basically live upstairs because of this. My son had to move out because, you know, the cars are can be coming across the street right there. And it's been tough, my neighbors, myself. But the biggest problem is that intersection, just cars being able to, people being able to cross the street there. But I didn't explain myself too well, but I've been shaken up for about 1.5 years, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Al Afligi. I have lived in the Villaggio 2 community for over 20 years, and I use Calle del Cerro daily. I'd like to make some comments on 2 topics. Number 1, can we please add the stop sign that the city staff has recommended at the corner of Calle del Cerro and Avenida Vista Montana? It is definitely needed because every time any Villaggio 2 resident leaves their homes and tries to travel on Calle del Cerro and try to exit the property, it's extremely dangerous. Because the crest of the hill is so close to our street exit, it's really hard to get a good line of sight on oncoming cars going down the hill on Calle del Cerro. A stop sign at the corner of Avenida Vista Montana would really help the situation and decrease the chances of a fatal accident just waiting to happen. I think it was already mentioned in our last meeting with the Planning Commission, there have been over 90 accidents. Christie mentioned that also. This new stop sign would go a long way to make this area a lot safer. My second comment has to do with the proposed bike lanes. Although city staff has recommended that we add bike lanes on Calle del Cerro, I have some fear that this may not be in the best interest of the city or the bike pedestrians. I'm not sure if you recall the lawsuit that Dana Point had to pay out in 2007. The city of Dana Point settled for $49 million when 2 women were permanently disabled after being struck by a car while jogging on the PCH in the bike lane. I do not think that adding bike lanes on Calle del Cerro will benefit anyone. Bikers that want to ride on Calle del Cerro do so at their own risk and at great jeopardy. Squeezing cars into a narrower lane does not seem safer. In fact, I think it will create a false sense of security for the bike pedestrians and will potentially create more accidents if more bikes decide to use Calle del Cerro. I think the bikes are safer on the sidewalk. I am against the addition of the new bike lanes, but even if you decide to add the bike lanes, I would at least consult with our city attorneys and city manager and have a rock-solid defense in place against potential lawsuits. At least put some additional thought into if it's really worth adding some bike lanes for just a few bikers and increasing the risk of a lawsuit when an accident occurs involving someone in the bike lane. To close, I hope you will approve the stop sign at Vista Montana and Calle del Cerro, and I thank you for your service to the city.
Bill Ruth, followed by Adam Arredondo, followed by Sisette Arredondo.
Good evening. I'm Bill Ruth. I'm a resident in Bellagio 2, and I'm concerned, I'm in favor of a stop sign. It is definitely a safety issue. You have to have your car about a third of the way out just to think you can see anybody coming down the road. It just happens so fast. And about walking over that road, it's also a hazard. And if you're taking your dogs, there's a nice empty field on the other side that doesn't bother anybody. But if you're in the middle of the island there and you go you usually can only go halfway across, then you look and make sure no one's coming up the hill. So it's definitely a hazard. Somebody asked about putting up something to stop somebody going through into the houses. I mentioned in last meeting that a granite boulder is a good persuasive and effective block. I took 6 pictures, so you'll see 6 pictures of showing where the 4 diamonds are, where some trees were. Trees grow slow, so it's not going to be a solution for a long time. The granite boulders don't need to be maintained. They don't rot. They don't need to be painted. If you want to see some, you can see some right across in the Mormon church. They effectively have used boulders around their property and in their property, and that's where I took the picture, so you can see if any has that. Somebody mentioned in the council last year about speed bumps, and a speed bump at the stop sign would be a double win because people are not going fast and then slowing down for the speed bump. They're slowing down for the stop sign, and that's kind of like a second, make sure people don't, just have a rolling stop. So that would help enforce the stop sign you're talking about putting up there. And you need to get a sidewalk a little bit up where it stops too soon because it's not very solid walking there. It's so if you have a baby buggy or something like that, you're not going to be able to go in that section that's about 40 feet long. And if anybody's doubtful if they would come over to Bellagio 2 and try to work their way out, they'd see what we're talking about. I've been there only 2 years, but every time I go out or we go out as a family, we look this way and then we kind of punch it too to get out, to make sure that we're not rear-ended as we're trying to go out. That's about it. You mentioned earlier about helping the homeless. You know, they have an effective coconut wireless, and they go where the funds are. So if one city has a more helpful...
Sorry, sir.
then-
Thank you. Your
Okay.
time is up.
I'll
Appreciate
go
it.
there.
Thank you for waiting until now.
Hey, good evening. My name is Adam Arredondo. I'm a resident of Villaggio 2. Lived there for 3 years, and like Mr. Newhausen said, we're living on borrowed time in there for sure. I don't think it's if, it's when. And when I first moved in there 3 years ago, it was during the pandemic when my business was really busy. I'm a mobile notary service and courier, and I'm going in and out of that neighborhood at least easily 10 to 15 times in and out during the day. And the first week I was there, I was almost struck by a guy that was coming in a four-wheel drive truck, raised. I was coming out, didn't see anything. I looked to my right, looked to my left, and my nose was out, and this guy he just appeared out of nowhere. So I just quickly stepped on it and headed towards the middle of the road, and this guy slammed on his brakes and almost hit me and almost crashed into the house that's on the corner of Calle Sol and Del Cerro there. The issue is, the reason why I feel like we're on borrowed time is that the pandemic's, pretty much over. Everybody's back to work. There's more people going into that business park now. It's a unique area of San Clemente. I spend all day, every day in San Clemente. I drive, in Presidential Heights and North Beach, Forester Ranch. There's not many places in San Clemente like this where you have a neighborhood that sits literally just hundreds of feet away from a very busy business park, and you have people who are coming. They're not San Clemente residents. They don't know that there's families living in this neighborhood that are, pulling out every day, and kids riding e-bikes to school, walking to school. Elderly people crossing the street, walking their dogs, so on. So on top of that, you have food delivery people, Uber Eats, people who don't know the community well either, who are coming in and out of there, rushing in to get into the neighborhood and get that delivery done so they can go off to the next place. There's a lot of people driving around that don't really know, and they don't care, to be honest. And the issue about, okay, if a stop sign goes up here, what other neighborhoods in San Clemente are going to request this? Well, I feel it's a pretty unique neighborhood, and I don't think that, I am very familiar with San Clemente. I think that this is a unique area where it is warranted, even if you're going the speed limit 35 miles an hour. If you're driving a Tesla, and there's a mountain biker. I'm also a mountain biker. I ride every other day. I cross Del Cerro. If there's a Tesla or a Prius coming down that hill, 35 miles an hour, I use my ears also to tell what's coming. You don't hear those things until you see them, and it's just, if they're going speeding at 45, you're in trouble. So again, I'd really begging you. I have a daughter who's 13. And she's going to be driving soon, and we don't plan on moving. I worry about her. I worry about my wife, every day when she goes to school. My dad lives in Highland Lights. I worry about him coming to visit
Thank you,
me.
sir.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you for your comments.
Final speaker is Sisette Arredondo.
Good evening. Thank you so much for spending this much time with us. This was my first experience. It was kind of enlightening, and after hearing the number of speakers speak on this topic, I learned even more about this dire situation. So I would really like to express my desire for a stop sign. I think that it would possibly cause effects, but the positive result, I think, outweighs the negative of having every single person who lives in that area and people visiting that area that aren't comfortable. We know how to get out of there by punching it, by dealing with that. But if we have visitors, family, parents, friends come visit us who don't know how to exit that area, they're at risk as well. We want to uphold our mission. Everyone should be safe in our city. Everyone should be able to exit safely without anxiety. We know how people act under panicky situations, and when someone's panicking, you don't execute as clearly as you could otherwise. But if we're calm, and yes, we want to be aggressive, We just are going to be wiser on the road. And then also, the idea of the bike lane, I really don't know. I've heard positives and negatives that seem to make a lot of sense. I believe that biking isn't going to go anywhere. It's growing, and more people are going to bike. It's not unhealthy, but I do believe that we should address that with an earnest mindset, because that is a fast road, and so I think it's important. My daughter's 13, whether she's biking or driving, I want her to be safe on that road. As a driver, I want to be safe driving. I don't want to be at risk of hitting a bicyclist, whether it's a regular bike, whether it's a pedestrian, whether it's an e-bike. I just want to make sure that everybody is safe. And I've done it on my bike. It's very scary. My daughter, who's 13, begged me to ride her bike to school. I thought we could do it until I did it with her over and over again. I said, no way, I'm so sorry. I know we invested money in your bike, but you're not going to ride it here. It's just the truth. It's too dangerous. Somebody asked a question, or the idea was brought up, if we do it for this stop sign, what about all the rest? I say every single one that's dangerously putting somebody's life at stake. If it's going to possibly kill someone, do it for every single one. And I don't want to cause a domino effect, but if it really is going to kill someone, why wouldn't we? You know? So thank you so much. Again, good evening. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, appreciate it, man. Okay, do we have any discussion?
Yeah. I'll say a couple things, because this is a little bit personal to me, because I ride my bike down that hill every day to go to work. And yeah.
You're one of those crazy
I'm one of those crazy people, yeah.
I was going to ask you, if you had some insight on this, because.
Oh, yeah, and it's scary. It is definitely scary going down that road without a bike lane. And I can definitely say, if there were a bike lane, I would feel safer for my kids. I feel safer for myself. I put my kids on the back of my e-bike. Don't worry, they're safe on there. But going down that hill, with no lane of protection, I would feel personally much safer. And to use the sidewalk, going up the hill, I use the sidewalk because I'm too afraid to go in the street. I'm afraid of getting clipped by a car. But when I go on the sidewalk, there's pedestrians on there, and I have to go up and around on this grass hill to avoid them, or another bike's coming down on the sidewalk because they don't have it, and we have to do this little jig of who's going to the right, who's going to the left, and try not to hit each other on the sidewalk, because that's not wide enough for a bike. So this, to me, is a no-brainer. We have growing e-biker population. We need to start making preparations now of how we're going to keep our residents safe on that, on the bike lanes itself. And then at the top of the street, this is a no-brainer as well. I mean, I have a sister who lives up there. I use that street all the time. And we absolutely need a sidewalk there. We absolutely need to keep our citizens safe and have a stop sign there. It just makes perfect sense.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, I think it was done. I think when the young man that came up and testified in 20 seconds and said he needed the crosswalk to go to church, I was pretty much sold.
Everybody could have gone home at that point.
But there's a multitude of issues. There's the crosswalk issue, which I support, the stop sign, which I support. I think we're talking about some kind of barrier, trees, as I understand it right now, which I support. I'm not sure, and this is a concern to me, the issue that was raised about liability for the bike lanes. I support the bike lanes, but I'm not sure whether we're creating a false sense of security. And I'd like our staff to sort of address that, what they've done, because that's the only issue that sort of still I'm not sold on, that we're not creating more problems by giving people a false sense of security, that it's a safe passage. And have we looked at that and studied that enough to know that it doesn't create more liability for us?
And I thank you for asking that, because that's actually what I forgot to mention earlier.
Okay.
One of the things that bicyclists are allowed to do right now is ride in those lanes and take up the full lane. And so all we're technically doing is adding signage, making the driver aware of that. There'll be sharrows marked in the lane. There'll be signs on the side. Bikes may use the full lane. As of right now, they're allowed to do that, period. And so we're just literally adding signs and striping to help them out. So we're not making it any less safe. If anything, we're making the vehicles aware that the drivers have that rule, whether they know the state law or not.
All right. The second thing is, I know when you make changes like this, major changes like this, adding a crosswalk and a stop sign, I don't know whether you know, but there's some period of time, I don't know if it's weeks, months, a 6-month period, where people are used to just flying through there and don't stop, which creates more of a risk. So how do we deal with that if we were to pass it? Do we have a way to deal with that?
So in the application, we actually have 3 additional new signs in front of the stop signs, probably a couple hundred yards right before it, that are actually a flashing stop ahead. Right now on westbound, it's just intersection ahead. So these will turn into newer, a little bit brighter signs that actually say stop ahead. So that'll kind of grab everybody's attention on it. Then obviously you'll have the normal stop sign as you get closer to it. We will be asking for additional police enforcement as part of this recommendation up there. I think people will learn pretty quickly that they're going to need to stop up there.
And my final question, about my comment about the trees or barriers, is that part of this, what you're proposing? Some kind of barrier to keep the traffic that apparently is running the stop sign right now or moving quickly across that street and ending up in neighborhoods? Are we addressing that somehow or another in this proposal?
So the original recommendation that came to Planning Commission did not include any barriers. When the public comments came up at Planning Commission asked for that additional recommendation you'll see in the agenda report, that staff will meet with the HOA to determine if trees were removed, and if so, it technically becomes a code violation that they need to put them back.
Okay.
And so looking at other barrier options, we didn't get into a lot of discussions at Planning Commission, but staff has looked at them since then. And things like a guardrail's better on the side of a road, not for perpendicular traffic. Boulders, if they're shaped perfectly, can potentially stop a car, but they can also launch a car. Same with K-rails, they can technically launch a car. And so from us, I personally think the trees is the best option. Something I'll also add in there is the city only has 5 feet of right-of-way from the curb to the back of that property line.
Okay.
If we put in a barrier within our right-of-way, we're pretty much guaranteeing we will never put sidewalk in that area of that street, which is something I don't want to eliminate that potential in the future. So my recommendation, if we want to look into the barrier, is approach the HOA, get back, see what happened. I'm pretty sure that at least half those trees were removed between 2019 and 2020 per the Street View video, and our staff even knows the color of the truck who took it, so it wasn't our staff. The other trees back in 2011 that are shown, I don't know what happened to those additional 4 trees, but if we can get more mature trees out there as part of that potential code case, then that might solve your issue of not just putting in a little 5-gallon tree and hoping it grows up quickly.
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple of questions. Yeah. Well, first, I went there today, and right after we had lunch, and everything everyone says about getting out of that intersection is probably, if not the worst intersection in town, in the top 5. And many of our intersections that are dangerous, they were engineered that way, and to fix it would be an incredible expense. This is not an incredible expense, and we should jump on this as quickly as possible. As you are, I'm perplexed on the trees, on what happened to those trees. As the gentleman said earlier, to replace the trees, we're going to have to put some really mature trees in there, and that's going to be a huge expense that I have doubts the HOA even has a budget for, but that's neither here nor there. But we do have to figure out how we're going to protect those residences from vehicles launching, because I know of two that, since I've been on council, that it has occurred. So I'm going to be all in on the stop sign. Young Newhausen convinced me of that earlier with his 12 words. Everyone else could have gone home at that point, and we would have voted on it. I do want to talk a little bit about bikes. There's nothing we can do to keep an e-bike off that street. Is that correct?
Correct.
At the very least, and the state encourages it. And at the very least, I know it's not ideal, but I'm going to be in favor of the bike lane as well, just because I think that's better than nothing, and I don't think it would encourage any bike traffic over what we have now. So I'm going to be supportive of that. I'm going to be supportive of a crosswalk. My question is, my final question came up about sidewalk. I don't recall when I was there, I don't recall paying attention to the sidewalk. What's going on with the sidewalk there?
So out of the Bellagio 2, they currently have a sidewalk only for about 20 or 30 feet out of their entrance. And for some reason, they're one of the main HOAs out there that didn't get connected up to another street. And so those HOAs on the south side of Del Cerro all have the sidewalk on that side.
Right.
The HOAs on the north side are a little bit landlocked in terms of sidewalk. And so I don't need council's approval, but per the street improvement project that's about to start with the paving, we already said, let's add that 40 feet of sidewalk to get them up to that intersection. So regardless of a stop sign or a crosswalk, at least these people within this HOA can get that extra 40 feet on a sidewalk.
And my final thing is, city manager, I know where we're going with the stop sign and the other things, but I am concerned about some sort of remedy in the absence of those trees, and I think we need to jump on that sooner rather than later, and it's not going to be a short-term project to have that remedy. Could you come back to us at some point in time, city manager, and report back to us on what's going on there?
You bet. Would you like a report in this meeting or via a memo of something we can?
A memo would
Okay,
work. Yeah,
perfect.
thank you. Thank you, Zach.
Thank you.
Okay. Want to get to the vote on this. I have some ideas about who took those trees out, people whose views were blocked by those trees. We've had other issues up in that area. So do we have and I encourage anybody who's messing around with trees that aren't on their property, please do not do that. You will get in trouble for that.
Go with the
Yeah, we can, if there's a motion, we can simply move to adopt the staff recommendation. You don't have to read every.
Yeah, I'm just going to move to adopt the staff recommendation as written.
Second.
Okay, we have Cabral with the motion, Enmeyer with the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it is unanimous with Councilmember Noblock recusing. Thank you all for coming and commenting.
Okay, the next item on the agenda that was pulled by a member of the public was contract amendment for legislative advocacy services. And I
Do we
see
have
a
a
speaker coming.
staff report on that? Or,
I think it's just this.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, one of the things I would request, and I don't know if the speaker's on his way up, I would request that we continue this item. I need to do some additional research and bring some additional information back to the council so you can make a better, well-informed decision. I think there's some missing pieces of information that we picked up on some of our briefings.
So moved.
Second?
okay, motion is Councilmember James, Second, Mayor Pro Tem Noblock. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that is unanimous. Well, that'll save some time. That's approved. Oh, is there a speaker card? Yeah, we'll still hear the speaker card. Yes, please.
I think it must be me, right?
AQ is the speaker, yes.
Okay. So I'm concerned regarding this agenda item because, as it states on the agenda, that there will be an increase from $360,000 to $480,000 when their contract is $180,000. So the last time I checked was last year, and I even spoke about it. I did a presentation on TSA consultants, or any consultants for that matter. So when you look at this, there's a significant increase, right, of 2.66 times from their original rate of $180,000. And I know it was my understanding that it was a mistake, and it unfortunately wasn't caught, but it still made it to the agenda. So basically, this morning, I reached out to the Office of Assemblymember Lori Davies, Office of Senator Janet Nguyen, and they informed me that they do not use a lobbying firm. So I also reached out to the City of Dana Point, and they said that they only do it, have a lobbyist as a needed basis, so nothing ongoing. So the City of Newport Beach and Laguna Hills do not use lobbying firms. But when I looked at the lobbying directory of 2021 and 2022 by the Secretary of State of California, there are no other cities other than the City of San Clemente that is a client of APREA McAllen. So if there's no other cities that retain a lobbyist, why does the City of San Clemente have to do so as well? So, I have been a strong advocate in fighting the toll roads, and, working closely with former council member Kathy Ward and the grassroots movement. So I really was privy to a lot of information. So when I look back at some of the legislation that was put forward through Assemblymember Rocky Chavez, AB 382, there was no mention of APREA McAllen. There was no letter sent in support. And from what I understand, it was City Councilmember Lori Dunshock and Dan Bain that went to speak at Sacramento. And then as far as Assemblymember Bill Bro's legislation, again, it was Dan Bain that went up to speak in Sacramento on behalf of that. So I'm really concerned about, weather legislation. So then, one more thing. I'm really concerned regarding the report from APREA and McAllen regarding a TSA Board of Directors meeting of April 14th of 2022. And it seemed to me as unprofessional in some aspects in how they represented, or how he represented the directors.
You're out of time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, and no more comments?
No more
Okay.
comments. Next item on the agenda is under new business. It's item 9B, initiation of pedestrian street encroachment ordinance.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council.
The voice.
Shows up. Adam Matamian, Deputy Community Development Director. The item before you is the return of a council-directed activity of the Public Safety Committee to investigate an ordinance to deal with pedestrian encroachments. This was directed by the City Council at its second meeting in September of 2022. This Public Safety Committee did review various ordinances from neighboring local jurisdictions. And while there is a California Vehicle Code that does cover these types of activities, specifically we're talking about people standing near intersections, either soliciting or entering the public right-of-way for various purposes to engage with vehicles most of the time. While there are some California vehicle codes that cover this, the Public Safety Committee did identify that this was a problem locally and
found that local regulations to assist in the enforcement of these types of activities would assist our Orange County Sheriff's Department deputies. The ordinances that the Public Safety Committee reviewed are included as in the attachments, and in concert with our City Attorney's Office, we are looking at initiating or requesting initiation of an ordinance to deal with pedestrian encroachment in the public right-of-way. There are some potential First Amendment considerations here, which is why we're looking at this from a more global perspective of pedestrian activity in these types of intersections. And with that, the Public Safety Committee and staff recommend that the City Council initiate an amendment to the San Clemente Municipal Code to regulate dangerous pedestrian encroachment on public streets. And I will conclude my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Atamian? No? If no questions, we can go to public comments.
We do have public comments, yes.
Okay, we'll go to public comments.
Donna Vidrine and Michelle Brooks.
Michelle left. Just sent me a note. Let's see how willfully ignorant I'm going to be this time.
That's pretty rude.
I agree.
My name is Donna Vidrine. I am a San Clemente resident and homeowner. I speak out against the initiation of yet another ordinance initiated by Councilman James during a city council meeting in November of 2022. If approved tonight by council, it will require staff time and legal services with associated expense to pursue creating this unnecessary ordinance that is targeting homeless people and the poor in San Clemente. My understanding is Captain Benfield was absent during the November public safety meeting where this topic was discussed and voted on. It was recommended in November of 2022 that staff work with police services and legal services before presenting this matter at council. What is the recommendation of Captain Christensen, San Clemente Police Chief, on whether this proposed ordinance is necessary and the expected difficulties with enforcement and staff time? The Public Safety Committee referred most positively to Laguna Niguel's ordinance, that it was most enforceable and best worded. Laguna Niguel's ordinance prohibits solicitation for commercial purposes and activities associated with sidewalk vending without a permit. Lemonade stands and neighborhood selling of Girl Scout cookies would be in violation of this proposed ordinance mirroring Laguna Niguel. City staff recommends the City Attorney's Office to be involved to avoid violating First Amendment rights. Violation of individual freedom rights comes with the additional cost of litigation. Our city resources, including council time, city staff, deputy and code enforcement time, should be allocated towards solutions with best practices for homelessness in our city's poor, including food security and housing. City staff and city resources should be prioritized for electric bike safety regulations and enforcement, safe travel routes to school for our youth. Let's address senior issues of transportation and access to health care with our limited city resources. Vote in the majority against initiation of this unnecessary, litigation-prone ordinance and have a voice for better utilization of city resources.
Thank you. And that is the only comment?
No additional comments.
Okay. Any discussion or motions?
I'm prepared to make a motion. My motion is to initiate amendment to the San Clemente Municipal Code to regulate dangerous pedestrian encroachments on public streets.
Is
Can I have just a quick question, just on the issue of,
Let's wait for there to be a second first. Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion is James, second is Cabral to accept the staff recommendation. Question?
I just wanted a question on the issue of you know, Girl Scouts or lemonade stands. Are they going to be out of compliance with this ordinance?
If I could respond to that, Mayor and Council, that's part of the directive here is to ask us to look at the constitutional parameters for what you're regulating. I'll say that this type of regulation is subject to strict scrutiny. It's hard to understand why, but I'm just a messenger. So it's subject to strict scrutiny under the Constitution. The basis to do that has to be reliant on safety. Whether you're talking about safety of drivers or safety of pedestrians. So to answer your question, a regulation that might scoop up cookie sellers or lemonade stands would be unconstitutional. So in looking at these samples, they're just a sampling of what agencies have done. We'll come back to you with a recommendation that has safety as its central core and that's only as broad as necessary to further that important
Mr. Mayor,
core
I
interest.
just, I've never seen a Girl Scout out in the street going car to car. I mean, I've never seen a kid's lemonade stand going car to car at a stoplight. I think it's an absolute crazy comparison.
Okay, go ahead.
To be clear, that's, not what I'm trying to reach. I'm trying to reach the people that stand in the median of the highway and stop traffic, sell roses, create a safety issue for themselves and for the cars.
And I take note too that a number of cities in our area have these regulations, right? So they found fit, and I actually found Aliso Viejos to be the one that made the most sense to me. But that'll be up for us to hear about in the report back. There'll still be a chance to kind of evaluate questions about legality of the final draft amended ordinance that comes back. Any other questions for staff or discussion? Okay, with that, I will.
I have a motion.
The motion's on the table.
Second by Cabral.
Second by Cabral. Councilmember Redmeyer?
Aye.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and I'm an aye too. It's unanimous.
Next item on the agenda is code enforcement legal services.
Mr. Silver, thank you for waiting.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for having me. Members of the City Council, Mayor Pro Tem, good to see you as always.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Adam Atamian, Deputy Community Development Director. I will kick this discussion off with a brief presentation. I am assisted by Matt Silver, who currently serves in the role as our city prosecutor. Since 2017, the firm of Silver and Wright have been providing code enforcement legal services, and I'm using that term broadly. They specifically do two things for the city. The first is they provide legal counsel for the Code Compliance Division, and the second is that they prosecute misdemeanors issued for municipal code violations. The firm is going through a reorganization, and staff is recommending that we utilize the services of the attorneys who have been exclusively assisting San Clemente very well since 2017. The new firm of Mr. Silver's is Civica Law Group, APC. They specialize in municipal law, code enforcement, police services, receiverships, land use, zoning, and they do a lot of that with cost recovery. As far as the citation prosecutions, that's not a cost recoverable service. However, we do have OCSD with us tonight, and they can attest to the tremendous benefit of having our city prosecutor prosecuting those types of violations through the Superior Court system, mainly because a lot of the citations issued for such types of misdemeanor violations do not get prosecuted by the district attorney's office. We are requesting an exemption from the RFP process, and that is due to the critical nature of what
this firm does for the city. There is a tremendous amount of specialized knowledge that is required for this, and Matt Silver and company have been doing a tremendous job. They are very well-versed in the city's municipal code, and they've been providing these services seamlessly for 5 years. And we are recommending a number of things. I'll be brief on these. We're asking that you direct staff to terminate the existing contract, number C 1980, with Silver and Wright for code enforcement legal services. Direct staff to terminate contract C 1981 with Silver and Wright, providing for municipal citation legal services, and then approve and authorize the city manager to execute 2 new contracts with Civica Law Group. Both of them prorated for the remainder of this fiscal year, and then going to the same cost that they have been, which is approved through the annual budget adoption. One of those contracts would be for code enforcement legal services, and the other one would be for the municipal citation legal services. I'll end my presentation there. I am joined by Matt Silver, and if you'd like to say a couple words.
I'll do a unique thing for attorneys and say it in about 12 words, which I appreciated earlier. I'm humbled by the very nice presentation and endorsement by Mr. Atamian. It's always been an honor to serve the city. The terms that we are proposing are the exact same terms, and I'm the exact same person who's been serving the city with honor for all these years. My team, I also feel very blessed from Silver and Wright, who serves San Clemente, has come with me to my new firm, Civica. Civica, of course, it's just Latin for civic. And I always felt that having names on the door was a little narcissistic, I guess, in a way, and I wanted to better reflect what we do, which is serving communities exclusively. So I'm happy, of course, to answer any questions. Otherwise, I thank you, as always, for having me.
Question. Did your legal team, entire team go with you to the new firm?
My entire team that serves San Clemente did, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm, dealing with Mr. Silver in the 3.5 years I've been on council has been my pleasure. He is uniquely qualified. He is committed to the city of San Clemente, and I'm prepared to make a motion at this point.
I have to agree with that, and as we see his work at the Palizada gas station finally coming down today, which was great to see.
For the city manager, I drove by it today.
For the new members who haven't had as much experience, I mean, I think the three of us can attest that Mr. Silver has been a tremendous asset to the city, prosecuting our code compliance situations in an effective and efficient way that often results in the city recovering the costs actually in those situations. So if anybody.
I think there's a motion.
I'm prepared to vote. We have a motion.
So I'll make a motion. Sorry. Do I need to read the whole thing, or can we just go as recommended by staff? So my motion is as recommended by staff.
Second.
Okay, motion is James, second is Noblock. All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you, Matt.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm humbled. Thank you very much. Here.
Next item on the agenda is code amendment, city manager authority to dispose of claims against the city. And that's the city attorney report.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, you've got a written report before you. This is in the vein of code cleanup in working through some disposition of claims. Risk management realized that previous councils have adopted a muni code provision that's inconsistent with subsequent resolutions. So we wanted all those to match. The council's most current action was to allow the manager disposition authority over claims of up to $30,000. So what this code amendment does is takes that variable out of the municipal code and sets it by resolution, giving the council the future ability to set the resolution as it purported to do when it set the $30,000 limit.
Right, appreciate that. Yeah, so we're just making sure our laws are consistent, that the city manager has up to the $30,000 limit. That's what this ordinance would do. Any discussion or motions?
I'm prepared to move it.
Okay. And you can either read the ordinance or you can have the clerk read the ordinance.
Do we have to read it, or can I?
You have to read the ordinance, yeah.
Okay.
the title.
Code amendment, city manager authority to dispose of claims against the city. I got to read the whole thing, I guess.
I'll read it for you. Would you like me to read it?
There you go. Sure.
Introduce ordinance number 1749 entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending section 2.08.090 of the San Clemente Municipal Code relating to the city manager's authority to dispose of claims against the city.
Second.
Okay. Motion is Cabral, second is James. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Any opposed? No, it's unanimous.
Okay, next item on the agenda is resignation of Ryan Bork from the...
Oral communications.
Oh, excuse me, I skipped oral communications, but we do not have any speaker cards.
Okay.
Let me just say that.
Sorry.
Resignation of Ryan Bork from the Investment Advisory Committee, and this is just a report to inform council that Ryan Bork is moving out of town and therefore is resigning from the Investment Advisory Committee. The next meeting of the Investment Advisory Committee is April 24th. Council has the choice to direct staff to advertise the position now and set an interview date prior to April 24th, or bring this back when we bring a full report to council in April to fill all of the commission and committee appointments in July.
Mr. Mayor, I'd be in favor of the second option of deferring until June 2024.
We have a second?
Yeah, I'm in support of that. I think the Investment Advisory Committee doesn't have any major issues on its hands. It's pretty boilerplate, cookie cutter process of managing what we have, so I'm supportive of that, and I'll second the motion.
Okay. Motion is James, second no block, to approve the staff recommendation for 11A1. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No opposition? It's unanimous.
Moving on to reports, city manager.
Mayor and council, just real quickly, I want to commend our residents tonight and the city council. That was a beautiful display of local government tonight. A lot of people were very passionate about what they believed in, and I thought we had a great meeting, a lot of great input from a lot of different angles and a lot of different opinions tonight, and we moved through it in such a very professional way. I just want to commend the council and the residents on a great display of what local government's all about. I just wanted to express that.
Mr. Mayor, I do have something for the city manager. I saw a disturbing email, and I prep the city manager for this, from Randy Little to a citizen saying, we no longer have any money for tree trimming. Well, first off, I hate to say I told you so, but 2.5 years ago, I said this was going to occur. And West Coast Arborist is known to come in, undercut local contractors, and then just add more, add more, add more, add more. This is what they've done. We have now paid an additional, over and above the contract, we've now paid an additional $50,000. And now we don't have any money to do future trimmings. City Manager, can you comment on this, please?
Yes, Councilman James, well, we will actually get to the bottom of this, and we'll make sure that all the trees get trimmed, even if we need to come to the council. We want to make sure that there's no unsafe conditions, and as you know, especially with some of the palm trees, some of the fronds and whatnot, with the winds we've been having, we want to make sure that everything's properly trimmed. We'll come back to you and let you know our solution and how quickly we can move on that.
Thank you.
You bet.
Any other comments, City Manager? No? Okay. Anyone else have questions for the City Manager? Okay, City Attorney.
Just this quick item. My news is usually associated with stress and conflict, but several years ago, the city and OCTA, when fixed-line bus routes were eliminated in the city, came up with a solution that's called last mile carriage, which allows residents of the city with a city voucher to engage Lyft to carry them to the train station and to get on with their journey. Of all things, the Department of Justice took interest in the accessibility of that program to disabled people. If you're in a wheelchair or otherwise disabled, it can be hard to get in a Lyft ride. So the city's Public Works Department, the city engineer, my colleagues engaged with the Department of Justice to enter into a consent decree under which the city committed to making sure that disabled people had the advantage of that service. That consent decree was fulfilled. It all went as planned. Spot checking always led to disabled access for residents or for spotters from the DOJ, and that consent decree ends next week. So it's just to tell you that good news, that that service is alive and well, thanks to the city engineer's office for doing some pretty hard nuts and bolts to make sure that that came together.
All right, that's good to hear. Thank you. Okay, council members have any reports? Individual reports? Subcommittees will be next, so this would just be your own individual report.
Well, yeah, I'd like to, I think I have an appointment to the amphitheater, and I think I'm appointing Amanda Q.
Okay.
Quintanilla to that.
Do we know who Amanda Q is? Yes, we do.
Quintanilla.
Would that be the fifth appointee, so we've all, the
Yeah, do
council's all
we-
made appointments? Okay.
Okay.
You have anything else?
That's it.
I got something. I got a couple things. I discussed this with the city manager, and he seemed to be in favor of it. You know, we have Beaches Park and Rec, we have Human Affairs, we have Planning, we have Public Safety. One of the things I would like to look at is the creation of an IT Citizens Committee. I know of several chief information officers for major corporations that live in town. I know of a couple of cybersecurity experts, and I'm really concerned on cybersecurity as the world becomes more and more unstable. It's the one way someone like the Communist Party of China, the Chinese Communist Party, can reach out and raise havoc with water, with sewage, with whatever. I'd like to create a IT Citizens Committee. It'd probably only meet 4 times a year. It has nothing to do with my confidence in the IT department, but we have subject matter experts in our parks. We have subject matter experts for public safety. We have subject matter experts for planning. So I would have a motion to have the city manager look at that and come back with a report on that.
I like the idea. I could second that for discussion purposes.
Yeah,
Third? Okay, we have a motion by James, second by Noblock, and the third for staff report is Cabral.
And then the second out of 3 things I have is recently, and I spoke with Sergeant Streeter about this earlier this evening. Last week, there were 2 incidents in the back here. One involved the slashing of tires on police vehicles, the sheriff's vehicles, and the other, a suspicious person that ended up being a high-speed chase out of the parking lot here. When we first approved the project for the sheriff's department, part of that project was a secured parking lot, one for the privately owned vehicles of deputies, because we don't want their vehicles exposed overnight, and 2, for certainly the security of the sheriff's vehicles. City manager, can we look into where that project is? I understand it has something to do with, we want to put a generator back there, but my gosh, let's move forward with that fence. Can I get support on that?
Well, this is just for an update on where the previously approved project is.
I think it should have been budget. I think it was budgeted.
It was
as well.
budgeted, yeah, absolutely, it's
I don't
budgeted.
even, do we need to
Again, Mayor,
get
via
council?
memo maybe, perhaps?
A memo
Come back
would be
to this
good.
meeting? Okay.
But
The point is, we need that fencing should be in. It's important. and
it's
it needs to
important,
happen.
exactly.
I agree.
And thank
I
you.
agree. I don't know if we need the 3, but.
I don't know if we need, this is just bringing back previously
A memo.
approved.
Just the status report.
Status report. Okay. The last thing I have is we need to build revenue. And I would like to have support in having the city staff look at what TOT looks like, starting maybe at coastal communities. I'm not concerned about inland. At Pismo, going all the way to Imperial Beach, and come back with a recommendation of, we're pretty low right now. We're at 10%. And if we would take it to 15%, we would go from $3 million to $4.5 million a year. Right now, I'm just asking for a staff study on that, and then possibly putting it on the ballot in November 2024. But this is something we should look at now in preparation for next year.
A question for the city manager. Is this something that we can bring up during the budget discussions? Is that an appropriate time for it? I want to be judicious with staff time, and I think we're going to get into the budget pretty quick here, if I recall.
I'm okay with, as long as it comes back with the budget.
I think it perfectly
Perfect
fits
timing.
into the budget, and we're coming up on that anyway, so I will support that for sure. You need a-
Question on the suggestion, the concept of a ballot measure. We had a ballot measure, I think, a few years ago. Is a ballot measure required to do this?
Yes.
Yes, for a sales tax increase, or I'm sorry, a TOT tax increase, yes.
And so, but if we don't designate it specifically, we only need a simple majority as opposed to lockboxing it, and we need a supermajority.
Yeah. So do we need a third on that to include it in the budget? Are we good?
I think we'll include it in your budget discussion, so you
perfect.
guys have an idea of what.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I just want a point of clarification. There's a couple of items that I'd like to agendize, but they're related to our sand and beach committee, so I don't know if I will lose my opportunity if I wait that long, or, because we do have a presentation, and I can make those motions in our other report, as I understand our rules, right?
Well, so
Yeah, we'll
as
do
long
the
as.
presentation and then we'll
Okay.
take the
All right.
motion after, yeah.
Okay, at another meeting?
No,
Or
after
tonight?
the.
Okay, so any other
Yeah.
individual council member reports? No, okay, so subcommittee reports or updates?
Actually, I have two. The first one is on the homeless subcommittee. So last week, Mr. Cabral and I had the opportunity to listen to a presentation by an organization called Dignity Moves. They focus on creating transitional housing for the unsheltered in the form of small scalable units. On a third of an acre, they are able to house 25 to 30 people and give them wraparound services. I also had a meeting with Mary Erickson Community Housing, which focuses on developing housing for working class families. Both of these organizations are commendable for what they are doing to end homelessness. On that note, I know that the emphasis from the community and this council, me included, has been to try and find a regional solution by working with the county. That is definitely, I believe, the best option, and I hope that it can come to fruition. Realistically, though, I don't see that happening in the near future. I really hope I am wrong. But based on reasons I hope to present on more thoroughly in the future, I just don't think it's there. So we need to start having some hard conversations about what Plan B and C are, because based on the examples that I'm seeing in other municipalities, the cities that are most successful in tackling homelessness are the ones that are willing to get the job done themselves. So that's why I'm really looking forward to the roundtable discussion this Thursday with our sheriffs, nonprofit organizations, city personnel, county representatives, and citizenry. So there's my report on that. Mr. Cabral, did you?
Yeah, I'm fine with your report.
Okay.
On the Thursday, when was that? Was that?
So that's just this Thursday, it's just Mr.
Just with
Cabral.
the subcommittee.
Yeah, just with the
Okay.
subcommittee, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then we'll report back on that. The next one is on beaches and sand, the sand subcommittee update. So Councilmember Cabral and I have been working diligently to give this report to the community and make a few recommendations going forward. I wanted to thank the Save Our Beaches community, especially Susie Whitelaw, Jareen Campo-Piano, Cameron Cosgrove, and John Dow, who have a wealth of knowledge and are passionate about preserving our most important resources for this city. Next slide, please. There are 4 areas of focus that are of critical concern. Area 1 is North Beach, extending from the train station to Linda Lane. Area 2 is the City Beach, which extends from Linda Lane to T Street. Area 3 is the State Beach, which covers Calafia to Cypress Shore. And finally, Area 4, which is the end of the state beach extending down to Cotton's Point. Next slide. So looking at North Beach, first there are some major causes for concern. There's severe sand erosion continually occurring. This is both naturally caused and man-made. The OCTA is also proposing additional armoring, where more riffraff will be dropped to protect the railroad, but that actually will speed up the sand erosion that is occurring. In terms of city property, city restroom, which is there, won't last much longer if nothing is done. Unfortunately, North Beach is not part of the federal sand replenishment that we are receiving this summer. So, what can we do? We need to start exploring opportunities to receive new sand from the Santa Ana River via an opportunistic permit. The state has a sand compatibility and opportunistic use program, or SCOOP, that looks at replenishing smaller beaches. We can potentially bring the sand in via rail car and side dump it onto North Beach. We're also waiting to hear back from our nature-based solution study to hear what they feel is a feasible solution. Next up is our city beach. We are very excited that the federal grant of $10 million in the form of sand is being delivered this summer, matched by $2 million from the city. Thank you to Congressman Mike Levin for getting us across the finish line in DC. There's a fear, though, that this sand will not last as long as we need it to. We're hopeful that the nature-based study that is underway can help us to mitigate some of that sand loss. In the meantime, we need to look at securing funding for future sand dumps. If we were to do this again, the federal grant would only cover half of the funds needed. That means that our city needs to find $6 million if we want to do it again. And we predict that we will need to do it again in about 6 years' time. We as a council need to start thinking about that revenue source. We also need to improve our monitoring of beach sand loss in the area to help enforce our case that continual sand replenishment is needed. Next slide. Currently, our state beach is at extreme risk of sand erosion, so much so that we may soon be at the tipping point where we'll never be able to get that beach back again. This is not hyperbole. Unfortunately, the state beach was not part of the federal sand program. We are hopeful that the sand that is dumped will migrate down south, hopefully. Meanwhile, the OCTA is continuing to armor the railway going north from South Beach. As with North Beach, this will speed the process of beach erosion. It's essential that we start collaborating with the state parks, OCTA, and the Coastal Commission. Like North Beach, we can look at opportunistic sand replenishment by rail car. If we chose to go down a potential second federal grant project, then we will want to make sure that the state beach is included. We'll also wait to hear the results from the nature-based solution study. Next slide. South Beach is particularly and personally depressing. I say that because that was the beach I grew up on. There used to be 100 feet of sand from the railway to the water. This is all gone. And sadly, I don't think it will come back anytime soon. It's partly due to natural erosion by some high surf with more severe weather patterns accompanying global warming. However, the armoring that the OCTA did accelerated that process. In order to stop the continual armoring of our beach, we need to work with the Coastal Commission to establish appropriate projects to mitigate the loss of our beaches. Currently, next slide. Currently, the OCTA just paid a fine to the Coastal Commission, which they determine how to spend it. Instead, we need to make the case that the money should be used specifically to replenish our beaches. In the meantime, we can work to protect the pedestrian underpass, create a pocket beach by extending the rocks out a little further, whereby it can capture more sand as it migrates south. We need to also extend the beach trail from Calafia down to Cottons. This will alleviate any concerns that this area is not accessible to the general public by the Coastal Commission. And we need to see how to retain and replenish the sand that is left. So next steps. We need to transform our subcommittee into a full-fledged committee, which will include 2 council members, designated city staff, our current city consultants, and subject matter experts from our citizenry. Once this committee is formed, they will be tasked with the following goals: define city governance for coastal issues, 2, establish a vision for citywide sand nourishment program, define frequency and volumes of sand inputs, establish partnerships to achieve goals, find potential funding sources, continue our beach monitoring program, look into creating a sand dredging consortium with the state and other cities, and look at how to partner with the OCTA, state parks, and the Coastal Commission. And also, finally, help the city to define the role for a new coastal zone administrator position. So with that, Mr. Kroll?
Yeah, I just want to say, first of all, Mark and I have been working on this. We've gone out to the beaches, we've met with organizations, and even though this presentation looks like we know a lot about it, it's been the great work of our city staff, the consultants, the Save Our Beaches, the Beaches Sands Committee that have given us various reports that we've collected, identified probably 20, 30 key issues that need to be addressed. And when I say addressed, we need to do it quickly. And Mark and I don't have the capacity to do that day to day, but we've come up with a couple of recommendations that we think need to be made immediately to address and start the process. And so I'm going to make a motion that, a couple of motions. One of the things that, talking with all the organizations, is the City Council Beaches Committee, the Beaches Parks and Recreation Committee, has a multitude of functions. Part of them only work with Parks and Recreation, and that sand function or the beaches function is different. So this is what I'd like to do. I'd like to propose that we create two commissions, one continuing as a traditional function to focus on the city parks and recreation issues. The other commission would be the city's coastal or beach commission that would take responsibility for the city issues that we've identified in this report, the clean ocean fees, OCTA. There's a number of issues that are more urgent than others, but we think that having a committee assigned by the city council is the best way to do that. And I guess we would have to agendize that for the next meeting. But we think that that having a committee solely dedicated to the beaches is the best way to approach it from an organizational structure, because then we have some key people on the beaches, parks, and recreation that really are about that. One of the people that gave us this report, Jordine, is, done this, most of her life, and I think Susan.
Susan Ambrose.
Ambrose is also another individual. So we would have to, of course, come back and do that. But that's our recommendation, and that's what we would like to see.
Quick question on that. Would you take those functions away from Beaches Park and
Yes.
Rec Commission? Okay, so you'd bring Beaches Park and Rec. You realize we used to have a coastal advisory.
I do,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so you transitioning back to something like that.
We
Okay.
transition them back. to
Okay.
the-
Okay. That's one motion.
That's one motion. I have a second motion.
That's a motion to agendize.
That's a motion to
To agendize
agendize
that,
creating
yeah.
a coastal, what is it, protection?
I'll certainly second that.
Okay, and I'll support that too, so.
Yeah.
And then, okay.
The second is, we're asking our city manager to consider the need for a dedicated position on staff to analyze, the current capacities of our staff to work directly on beach issues. And we've talked to him about this and the need, and we think there is a real need for someone. Obviously, we're using a lot of consultants right now to supplement. I'm not sure, I'm not going to try and run the city, but I want the city manager to look at the need for that. We've had a discussion with him about that, and we're asking him to return to the city council with a review of the current staff resources and recommendations to the city council on how best to address the immediate needs that are outlined in this report. And there are 3 or 4 immediate needs. that have been identified for sand replenishment, for taking sand out of the Santa Ana, for renewing our leases that have been lost, and for addressing immediately what OCTA is doing with armoring our beaches, or potentially armoring, and looking at the opportunities that we have to use OCTA money to create more sands and protect our beaches.
If I could just say something, last year, Councilman, maybe it was a year ago, 2 years ago.
Year and a half ago. Yeah, I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, Councilmember Noblock brought up this concept of a dedicated person, and I just, at that time, I was not too sure about it, and I'm not too sure it would have been supported by the city administration at that time, but I think it's Councilmember Noblock's idea is time has come. And I think it's more. It's actually, I think it's more important than putting together a committee.
Yeah.
But I see it as a hand in glove. Now, this committee, would it be a adjunct to Save Our Beaches, or Save Our Beaches would still operate independently?
Save Our Beaches is a private enterprise, and hopefully there will be coordination, or at least discussion with the outside, not only Save Our Beaches, other organizations.
There are other organizations
out there that are concerned with the beaches. We just think that the issue of retention, and we look at all the photographs that from this week and the deterioration of our beach, we need to put our attention to those beaches as soon as possible.
It's an existential crisis to our entire city if we don't focus on this.
So there's a couple recommendations in there. A key one is a coastal zone administrator potentially, and I can support that. We previously gave direction to council to talk to Oceanside. They have a coastal zone administrator, so I think I'd like to hear a follow-up on where we are with meeting with them and gaining knowledge from them about how they've set up their program and how we might partner with them. That's part of that. The other part is, I have a question on the working group, whether we have Brown Act situation there once we get all these people together in a room on a regular basis.
Did you say?
No.
That wasn't, that was
that
in the
wasn't-
presentation.
that's not the
wasn't
motion.
part of-
Oh, that, you
was
didn't,
not part of the
you weren't
motion.
talking
No,
about
that's not
that.
part of-
Your motion is just about coastal zone administrator type position.
A position within the city.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So
And I
we'll
would
leave, we'll leave the second part for
I
now.
would also add, I know that our city manager has experience and has done this in his previous cities, and that person, those individuals were able to work on federal money, state monies, because they were dedicated to that, and I think it's, the time is right.
Right now, Cecilia has had to kind of pick up the slack from the department head position, which hasn't, and she's been tremendous, but it's a lot for the person at the top to do.
I have a question of city manager. Is this a recruitment, or is this someone you could develop to do it internally?
Well, I think we need to talk about that once we
Yeah.
potentially agendize it. So the motion, as I hear it, is to have the city manager report back about the viability of having a coastal zone administrator type position and how that might work. Okay.
I'm in favor of the concept completely. I have been for a long time. I think it's urgently needed. A year and a half ago, as Councilmember James mentioned, our response at that time was to focus on a DC consultant. We hired a contract for about $50,000 or $60,000 a year, which that contract, I understand, is still ongoing. Perhaps that asset, part of the resources for that could be focused, redirected back toward the salary of this person. But I'm completely supportive. Regarding the commission and committee, I'm not as supportive. We had a coastal advisory committee, and to form another commission to just look at the coastal issues. I think on our Parks Commission, we've got a fair amount of expertise there. And I think creating another commission is going to take a lot of time and energy. I think the subcommittee has done a great job of moving forward and focusing on the issues. I'd like to see that continue. And I don't think we need to complicate it with bifurcating our existing commission.
There was a reason we walked away from it.
Back when we
Yeah.
combined them.
And a big reason City Manager, and you might be sensitive to this, is the staff time that goes into all of these different commissions, and the idea that we might be able to kind of consolidate that staff time and have one commission. So I think that's something to think about potentially if we do agendize it.
Yeah.
The other point I want to make on the sand thing is, at the time, we were very much focused on the sand replenishment project, which was not done yet. There was no guarantee we were going to get this 1,000 cubic yards that we're going to get. So we were looking at it in the context of how to get that project potentially to the finish line. Now we're looking much, much broader. But I do appreciate your foresight in thinking about your sand guru position, which we
Yeah,
are now back to.
well, I should mention, I mean, a lot of the ideas came from Steve and his work that was done before, and the rest of the public, too.
Okay, so we have two, and we don't have a second yet or we do have a second?
I second.
Okay, so we have a second for the second motion, so we have two motions potentially out there. Any other discussion on
Do we need a
those?
third motion on that, on the staff position for a staff report, or are we just going to loop that into our budgeting for the next cycle?
That was going to be my point, is this is perfect timing because we're just now putting together a budget, so we will make sure this is a budget priority and make sure that you understand where we've placed that as a high priority in the budget.
Okay, I think we have support for both of those motions, so.
I do have a concern on, not a concern, well, it is a concern. Councilmember Enmeyer, were you suggesting that two more council members be on the committee?
No. I had Victor and myself.
Okay, there was something about two more council members.
No.
Or did I miss that?
No, sorry, just Victor and
Two,
myself.
and then they were in parenthetical. as
Oh, okay,
the
got
two.
it.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, I think it was Mayor Duncan and I, we were on a Zoom call with the Corps of Engineers. It was another council member, I think it was you.
Yeah.
And it was the commander, the colonel that's in charge of the Corps of Engineers district. And she indicated to us that once we got in the pipeline, no pun intended, with sand, that we didn't have to go back for another authorization, that they would be looking at it and they would be anticipating, and Dr. Whitelaw is shaking her head, yes, they would be anticipating that expense 4, 5, 6 years down the road. It's that initial project that is problematic, but once that project is going, it's an ongoing project into the future.
Yeah, so I think it was 6 years was sort of what they were setting up, but we thought maybe it'd be sooner than that.
Right.
So I think the plan is for re-replenishment every 6 years. We do have to come up with the funding again. The funding's not automatically there, but yeah, that is part of that project. So for that zone, what you have identified as City Beach, Linda Lane to T Street, we have a system in place to re-replenish periodically.
But we also want to make sure that we want to include State Beach on that, which
Yeah,
might be a
so-
little bit complicated because it is a
Right.
state beach, but.
Yeah, so I think your point is, though, for that section of the beach, we do have at least a plan in place for sand. But certainly need to look at the other beaches
And
as
they can all
well.
be addressed if we're successful on the train, or the train hauling of sand, or the dredging, or any of the other options that are available. We could solve all those four segments, potentially.
Yeah, it's definitely a comprehensive approach.
Yeah, okay.
Good,
I
good
think we
job.
have council direction here. Any questions about City Manager?
Good job
Clear?
to the subcommittee.
Okay, thank you,
That's
subcommittee.
more
Yeah, that was
progress
good.
we've seen in a
Yeah.
long, long time.
Any
Good
other
job.
subcommittee reports? Thank you for your time on that, both of you. Yeah. Not seeing any, do we have a motion?
I do have a motion. So
Actually,
oh, you have something else?
I have a motion.
Okay. Oh, okay. And then
okay.
you do it, and then I will.
I have a motion to adjourn this meeting tonight in memory of Huntington Beach Police Officer Nicholas Vea. Officer Vea died in the line of duty on February 19th, 2022. Officer Vea was responding to provide aerial support to the Newport Beach Police Department at the scene of a flight call. Helicopter lost altitude, crashed into Newport Bay near 18th Street. Officer Vela and his partner were both pulled from the helicopter and transported to a local hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. Officer Vela served with the Huntington Beach Police Department for 14 years, Prior to that, he served with Laguna Beach Police Department for 2 years. He's survived by his wife and daughter. I was able 3 weeks ago to attend a ceremony where a sign was put out in front of the highway there where the helicopter crashed. There was about 20 cities represented there, and San Clemente was represented too.
And then I will add, the next regular council meeting is scheduled to take place on March 21st, 2023. Closed session will begin at 5 p.m. and the regular business meeting will begin at 6 p.m. The meeting will take place in the council chambers located at 910 CALLE Negocio, second floor, San Clemente.
Okay, motion to adjourn is James, second is Noblock. All in favor? Aye. Unanimous. No discussion. It's getting late.